Chapter 1708, On the Verge. Chapter 1708, On the Verge. When Monk Ji Wen saw that the situation was amiss, he wanted to make use of dharmic blood escape to escape. Once cultivated to the level of a divine power, dharmic blood escape required burning half of one's bloodline, and the speed released was extremely shocking. A blood beam tore through the air. Suppress. The storyteller pointed forward and the human emperor's palace descended, suppressing Monk Ji Wen with an incomparably majestic aura. He could not let Monk Ji Wen escape now that the latter had cultivated the blood refinement fiend sutra. At that moment, the storyteller had already realized that there must be an unimaginable secret behind the rebirth of the blood refinement fiend sutra, coupled with the fact that many emperors were involved. The storyteller wanted to use Monk Ji Wen to uncover the secret. Swoosh. However, the storyteller still underestimated the speed of dharmic blood escape. Blood light streaked by and disappeared into the horizon before the human emperor's seal descended. Su Zimo stood on the spot motionlessly. It was not that he did not want to chase, but he knew that he would not be able to catch up even if he did. Most importantly, Su Zimo knew one more thing. Monk Ji Wen would definitely not survive. There was someone else waiting for him at the front. Ji Wen has comprehended 5 supreme divine powers. He'll definitely be a threat if we let him escape. The storyteller murmured with a worried expression. Don't worry, senior. He won't be able to escape. Su Zimo said indifferently. Suddenly, in the distant horizon where even the spirit consciousnesses of the emperors could not detect, a violent energy fluctuation with a torrential blood chi spread. Immediately after, the power of bloodline deteriorated rapidly and the fluctuation there gradually calmed down. That's the direction where Ji Wen escaped. Could he have been killed? The emperors exchanged glances with bewildered expressions. They were too far away and could not sense what was happening in the distance. However, they could vaguely guess that Monk Ji Wen was already dead. Even if Ji Wen's strength was diminished after the battle, he possesses a body and essence spirit that was tempered by 5 supreme divine powers after all. Who could have killed him? I'm not sure. There might be hidden experts in the ancient battlefield. The storyteller pondered for a moment and suddenly sent a voice transmission to Su Zimo with his spirit consciousness. Zimo, is the person who killed Ji Wen the emperor with the Tao title of Solar Lunar? Su Zimo nodded. A glint flashed through the storyteller's eyes as he asked sternly once more, is this monk Daming from 40,000 years ago? That's him. Su Zimo remained silent for a moment and did not hide anything. If Lin Xuanji could guess it, so could the storyteller who was his master. To think that he's still alive even after 40,000 years. It makes sense why Heavenly Secrets would lose to him. Although Heavenly Secrets was killed by Yang Beichen, he was defeated by Monk Daming in both exchanges and even lost his life in the final exchange. Instantly, the storyteller seemed to be immersed in his memories and lamented. Now that he has returned in this generation, is he a friend or a foe? The storyteller asked again. Although he had guessed Monk Daming's identity, he did not know much about this generation's Monk Daming. I don't know. Su Zimo shook his head gently. Although Monk Daming saved him before, it was because he had some ties with the former. That was the reason why Monk Daming treated him differently. However, Monk Daming was no longer the same Monk Daming from 40,000 years ago. Monk Daming from 40,000 years ago was compassionate and benevolent. He would definitely not kill the innocent. However, Monk Daming's hands were stained with endless blood in this generation. In fact, in order to cultivate the blood refinement fiend sutra, he even set up the Grand Primordium ancient temple on purpose to attract many cultivators to kill and refine them. If Monk Daming from 40,000 years ago knew about the situation at Heaven and Earth Valley, he would definitely do his best to stop it. However, in this generation, Monk Daming took advantage of the situation and schemed against Heavenly Secrets, refining the bloodlines of many living beings in Heaven and Earth Valley to raise his cultivation. Su Zimo was not sure if Monk Daming was a friend or foe. Don't bother about him. Su Zimo pondered for a moment. Right now, the greatest danger still comes from the primordial 5 races. The storyteller nodded as well. Martial Emperor, give the order. How should we fight this battle? The Battle Emperor of Overlord Palace asked loudly. Su Zimo said in a deep voice, "If nothing goes wrong, this battle will break out in the North region. At that time, you guys will just have to hold back the emperors of the demon regions. As for the emperors of the primordial 5 races, I'll defend against them with all my might together with the emperors of the dragon, Kuan, and barbarian races." The emperors exchanged glances and heaved a sigh of relief. If they were to fight against the emperors of the primordial races head-on, they would most likely be doomed. However, they could definitely fight against the group of demon emperors. Thereafter, Su Zimo discussed with the storyteller and the emperors of the human race how the cultivators and disciples of the major sects should defend against the army of the primordial 5 races. Middle continent, in the depths of a sinister cemetery. It was pitch black and cold in an ancient coffin underground. Suddenly, 2 bloodlights shone from the ancient coffin. It seemed like a person's eyes. Interesting. Most of the cards I left in the human race have been cleaned up by you guys. Suddenly, a sinister voice sounded and reverberated through the ancient coffin in a shuddering manner. "Let's see how you're going to resolve this next situation. Heh, even I'm looking forward to it." An eerie laughter sounded, accompanied by an ear-piercing squeaking sound. It was as though someone was scraping the lid of the coffin with their sharp fingernails. 3 days later. Middle continent. The Heavenly Eye, Bloodvine, Rakshasa, Golden Crow, Witch and Godrace races were gathered. The clansmen below were divided into different factions and were densely packed with the clan leaders of the various races. There was a unique formation between the primordial 6 races. The God race was at the front. After the 10,000 race meet, the origin of the God race was no longer a secret. The reason why the primordial 5 races joined forces this time round was because they wanted the God race to be the vanguard. After the Heavenly God Emperor died, although the God race had emperors, they could not defeat the Golden Crow Fire Emperor, Hell Witch Emperor and the others. They had no choice but to compromise. Furthermore, for the God race, there were more benefits than disadvantages if Tianhuang mainland were to fall into chaos. After the God race were the Golden Crow, Heavenly Eye, and Bloodvine races. The 3 races formed a circular formation and protected the Witch race who had the weakest physique and bloodline in the middle. As for the Rakshasa race, they floated in midair. That formation could unleash the combat strength of the primordial 6 races to its limit. Outside the primordial 6 races, it was even more spectacular. There were hundreds of millions of demon beasts from the 8 demon regions that blanketed the mountains and plains, roaring into the skies and shaking the world. The emperors of the 8 demon regions had already submitted to the primordial 6 races. Under the orders of the demon emperors, the ferocious beasts and remnant beasts of the various demon regions came forth one after another and formed individual armies. They gathered in the middle continent and circled around the primordial 6 races. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 1709 Massive Battle. Chapter 1709 Massive Battle. The emperors of the 8 demon regions had already arrived in the middle continent and there were a total of 17 of them. All of them stood at the outer perimeter of the emperors of the primordial races in a humble manner and did not dare to advance. 4 emperors of the God race were here and were ranked alongside the emperors of the demon race. The God race had already been removed from the primordial races. Although they were strong in combat, their status was not much different from the 8 demon regions. The emperors of the primordial 5 races stood in the middle. The Hell Witch Emperor and Golden Crow Fire Emperor were among them. Beside the 2 emperors were 3 other emperors. The Thousand Eye Emperor of the Heavenly Eye race. The New Blood Emperor of the Bloodvine race. The Shadowless Emperor of the Rakshasa race. Hierarchy was strict in the primordial races. The Hell Witch Emperor and Golden Crow Fire Emperor comprehended 4 supreme divine powers and were top-tier emperors. Anyone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with them would definitely be similar. The Shadowless Emperor and the other 2 were emperors who had risen in the other 3 races in recent years. They had comprehended 4 supreme divine powers as well. Behind the 5 emperors, there were more than 50 other emperors of the primordial 5 races. The primordial races had accumulated way too much over the years. This lineup was not inferior to the ancient war. This would be an unprecedented battle that would sweep through the entire Tianhuang mainland. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor and the other 4 emperors stood in midair and looked at the army that was gathered in the middle continent with excited expressions. If nothing went wrong, the dragon, Kuan and barbarian races would be removed from Tianhuang mainland after this battle. As for them, the primordial 5 races, they would regain control of Tianhuang mainland and become the overlords of this world. Shadowless Emperor. Right then, a Rakshasa patriarch arrived and knelt down, saying in a deep voice, "The barbarian race's habitat is empty. There's news that the barbarian race has already moved to the Dragon Bone Valley of the North region." "Got it. You may leave." The Shadowless Emperor nodded slightly and glanced sideways at the Golden Crow Fire Emperor and the others. "Everyone, let's go and advance to the North region." The Hell Witch Emperor leaned on his white bone staff and stood in silence, deep in thought. "Hell Witch, what's on your mind?" the Golden Crow Fire Emperor suddenly asked. The Hell Witch Emperor was silent for a moment. There's something strange about the sudden changes in the dragon, barbarian, and Kuan races. Are you suspecting that this is a trap? The Golden Crow Fire Emperor burst into laughter. "Don't worry, I've already obtained definite news that the Chen Dragon Emperor is dead. The Chen Dragon Emperor is already dead and the rest are nothing to fear." The Blood Emperor added, "That's right. The emperors of the dragon, Kuan, and barbarian races suffered immense losses and the barbarian and Kuan emperors died one after another." The Hell Witch Emperor said, "Almost all the major sects of the human race along the way have been empty. Seems like the human race is prepared to join forces with the dragon race." "Ha ha ha ha." The Golden Crow Fire Emperor roared in laughter. "They're nothing but a bunch of ants. If not for the human emperor's descent at the 10,000 race meet, the human race would have been destroyed 1,000 years ago. In this generation, the human race merely produced a single desolate marshal. However, why did the Sea Dragon Empress and the others suddenly betray the dragon and Kuan races?" The Hell Witch Emperor thought of something else and narrowed his eyes slightly, still puzzled. He continued, "Furthermore, those emperors did not look for us. Where did they go?" "Hell Witch." The Thousand-Eye Emperor smiled. "You're thinking too much. No matter what, this is a rare opportunity. The dragon, Kuan, and barbarian races are at their weakest. If we don't launch this battle now, when Desolate Marshal's 2 true bodies grow, will there still be a place for our primordial 5 races to reside?" "That's right." The Shadowless Emperor said, "Everyone else aside, even the descendants of the Taboo Divine who will definitely not let us off. Don't forget, the parents of that beast could be considered as having died indirectly in the hands of our ancestors. I wonder what cultivation realm that little beast has reached." The Hell Witch Emperor pondered. "Don't worry." The Golden Crow Fire Emperor said, "He's just an emperor at most and isn't much of a threat to us yet. If he's given more time and grows to his peak, the 5 of us will become his food. Let's go." The Hell Witch Emperor no longer hesitated and suppressed the many doubts in his heart for the time being. Go to the North region and destroy the dragon race. There was something else that the Hell Witch Emperor did not say. Even if anything else happened, the witch race have already prepared a killing move. The moment that killing move was released, even the Heavenly Eye and Golden Crow races around him would be destroyed, let alone the dragon, Kuan, and barbarian race. At that time, there was a high chance that the witch race would dominate Tianhuang mainland solo. There was no need for the Hell Witch Emperor and the others to command the army. The Hell Witch Emperor and the others only had to send orders to the clan leaders and they would lead the army towards the North region. Millions of demon beasts howled through the mountains and plains. Smoke billowed and dust flew all over the place. Everywhere they passed, nothing was left. A massive battle that swept through the entire Tianhuang mainland had finally erupted. 10 days later, the demons at the front had finally entered the North region. The first to charge into the North region was one of the 8 demon regions, Wild Lion Ridge. Wild Lion Ridge belonged to the North region to begin with and was the most familiar with it. Many demons became extremely excited when they re-entered the North region. Kill. Right then, sword lights tore through the air. Many dharmic and spirit weapons descended from the skies and countless dharmic arts weaved an impenetrable trap that enveloped the many demons that charged in. This is the moment for us cultivators to slay demons and fiend. The sect master of Snowdrift Valley descended in midair with a long sword in his hands and pointed at the demons opposite him murderously. Behind him, many cultivators of Snowdrift Valley attacked one after another. At the same time, cultivators of Glass Palace, Sword Sect, Overlord Palace, the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects arrived at the intersection of the North region and Middle Continent. Apart from the super sects, cultivators of the upper sects, aristocratic families, and even some minor sects of Tianhuang mainland were gathered here under the orders of the martial emperor. These few days were enough for the super sects to gather cultivators to face this battle. Without testing the waters, the sect masters of the super sects led an army of cultivators to fight against the demons. This was a life and death battle for the human race. Raw. With the backing of the primordial 5 races, the demons were even more fearless as they charged towards the cultivators at the front with torrential demonic chi. Looking down from the skies, the two massive factions collided violently at the intersection of the North and Middle Continent. It was as though two massive torrents had collided with a deafening bang. The moment the two torrents collided, blood splattered everywhere. Instantly, the world was dyed red by a thick layer of blood and the air was filled with the stench of blood in an extremely tragic manner. Boom! A golden light descended from the skies and struck the demon beasts heavily, piercing into the earth and causing the surrounding ground to crack. Immediately after, a tall figure descended and thumped his chest, roaring into the skies. Chapter 1710 Rivers of Blood. Chapter 1710 Rivers of Blood. It was a tall and burly ape with thick fur all over its body. Its eyes were bloodshot and white smoke spewed from its nose and mouth with a torrential demonic chi. Monkey had descended and he was at the peak of the Mahayana realm. It was way too difficult to become an emperor within 1,000 years. Su Zimo was only conferred the title of emperor because the human emperor's dharmic edict gathered the fortune of Tianhuang mainland and his green lotus true body stole the creation of heaven and earth. Monkey had merely awakened some inheritances from his memories and was not at the level of an emperor yet. Of course, Monkey, who was at the peak of the Mahayana realm, could even fight against some ordinary emperors after releasing his berserk bloodline. Monkey wielded imminent and descended from the skies, smashing into the demons of Wild Lion Ridge as he thumped his chest and roared. Countless demon beasts were scared out of their wits and did not dare to advance. Roar! A massive spirit tiger burrowed out of the forest. His gigantic figure was even taller than many ancient trees. The most frightening thing was that the spirit tiger's body shone with a blinding power of thunder. Screech! A crane cry sounded from the skies. Ching Ching spread her wings and her body burned with flames, looking down at the world like a fairy in flames. On a mountain peak not far away, a majestic lion reared its head and howled into the skies. Its body shone with a blinding golden light like a blazing sun. On the other side, a boy and a fox stood under the protection of many ethereal peak cultivators. Although they were very far away, if the demon beasts on the other end accidentally made eye contact with the fox, their eyes would turn dull and their minds would be controlled, causing them to switch side. As for the boy, he merely extended his arm and transformed into a peach blossom tree branch. Waving it in the demon beast crowd, he sent a demon beast flying each time. However, the boy did not kill the entire time. Those two were Dao Yarrow and Little Fox. More and more demon beasts charged towards the north region. Apart from the demon beasts of Wild Lion Ridge, remnant beasts and ferocious beasts of other demon regions began to surge over as well. The moment Monkey and the others appeared, old demons of the 8 demon regions charged forward to deal with Monkey and the others. Demon Monkey. An old white ape from Thousand Demon Valley glared at Monkey and said sternly, "As an ape, how dare you disobey the orders of the Ape Emperor? You're courting death." "What bullshit, Ape Emperor?" He was scared to the point of kneeling and submitting to the primordial races. Monkey sneered, "How dare he claim to be the emperor with that bit of gut? One day, I'll definitely replace him. How dare you?" The white ape old demon glared and said coldly, "An emperor must not be humiliated. Kill." He leaped up and smashed a pitch-black rod towards Monkey's head violently. "Get lost." Monkey was not afraid at all and his blood chi surged. He raised imminent and released streams of golden light as he stomped on the ground to receive the attack. Boom. The two rods collided with a loud bang. A blinding light burst forth from the collision point and spread rapidly. Countless ancient trees were snapped and the demons retreated as well. The white-ape-old demon spat out blood and staggered with a terrible expression. He was already injured after a single head-on clash. Monkey's figure fell to the ground rapidly. However, he leaped up once more at an even faster speed and smashed down with Imminent without giving the white-ape-old demon any chance to catch his breath. In Monkey's hands, Imminent shone with a golden light that extended dozens of feet and expanded continuously, smashing down like a heavenly piercing divine pillar. The white-ape-old demon gripped his rod with both hands and took a deep breath, defending upwards. Boom! There was a loud bang. The white-ape-old demon was smashed into the ground and turned into sludge. His essence spirit was smashed to death by Monkey before it could escape. Monkey's strength increased exponentially after he triggered his berserk bloodline. Although the white-ape-old demon had been famous for a long time and was also at the peak of the Mahayana realm, he could not defend against the power of Monkey's two-rod strikes and was beaten to a pulp with his essence spirit destroyed. Splash! A flood dragon of the East Sea charged over with a murderous aura. Opening its mouth, it spewed out endless seawater that surged as though it was pouring down all the water of the East Sea. The spirit tiger roared and electric arcs flashed on its body as it charged towards the flood dragon. Flesh and blood splattered on the battlefield. In less than an hour after a battle of this level broke out, the intersection between the North and Middle Continent was already filled with corpses and rivers of blood. Although there were many demon beasts in the 8 demon regions, there were also many human cultivators. Under the lead of the sect masters of the various major sects, they were also a massive force. The human cultivators did not retreat in this battle. As the storyteller had said, the only thing the human race lacked in this generation was a supreme expert like the eternal human emperor. That was the reason why the major sects, factions, Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects were in a state of disunity and schemed against one another. But now, this supreme expert had already appeared. 1,000 years ago, the human emperor passed down his title to Desolate Marshal. Over the years, the martial Dao had spread extremely widely in Tianhuang mainland, causing Desolate Marshal's reputation to grow. A few days ago, Desolate Marshal's reputation was at its limits because all the emperors of the human race had submitted to the Martial Emperor. As long as the Martial Emperor had an order, all the cultivators in the world would gather. Although the primordial 5 races gathered the ferocious beasts of the 8 demon regions, they were blocked at the intersection of the North and Middle Continent by various factions of the human race. The long intersection was filled with corpses. The emperors of the demon and primordial races were in no hurry to attack. The battle had just begun and right now, patriarchs had the highest cultivation realms on the battlefield. In the eyes of the emperors, even patriarchs were ants. There were no emotions in the eyes of the emperors of the primordial races as they looked at the mountain of corpses beneath with indifferent expressions. To think that these ants of the human race would have some tricks up their sleeves. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor smiled with a relaxed expression. The Thousand-Eye Emperor said indifferently, "It's just a futile attempt." The Hell Witch Emperor said, "Seems like the 8 demon regions alone won't be enough to break through the defense of the human ants. We can let the God race attack now." The primordial races wanted the 10,000 races to fight to the death for this battle. That way, even if the primordial 5 races suffered immense losses after the battle, the 10,000 races would suffer even more and would not be a threat to them. There would not be a situation where humans seized the opportunity to rise after the ancient war. The God Race Emperor did not dare to hesitate and ordered the God Clan leader. The God Clan leader led the God Race army and began to charge at the North region's defense line. The inclusion of the God Race experts on the battlefield instantly dealt a huge blow to the defense line of the North region cultivators. The blood chi of the God Race was incomparably strong and almost no cultivator of the same cultivation realm could match them. Although there were not many God Race beings, they possessed an extremely terrifying destructive power. The human cultivators began to retreat in defeat. Right then, at the back of the North region, a large black shadow charged over in midair. It was like a black cloud pressing down on a city and surged with an extremely powerful aura. The gigantic army was like a black patch that was massive, filled with different races. However, every single living being exuded an extremely violent aura. The Kunlun race had arrived. Chapter 1711, Battlefield of the Emperors. Chapter 1711, Battlefield of the Emperors. The Kunlun race had lived in the Kunlun ruins for generations. The bloodline of the Kunlun race was made up of many living beings experts of the primordial era. In this generation's Kunlun ruins, there was even a huge battle. Those who could survive were all paragons of the Kunlun race. The responsibility of the Kunlun race was to protect Kunlun and defend against the invasion of the god race. After so many years, the Kunlun race did not have much hatred towards the other primordial races. However, they hated the god race to the core. The Kunlun race charged over and ignored the demon beasts of the 8 demon regions, charging towards the god race with a murderous aura. Even the god race beings present were confused, let alone the demon beasts. Their formations were scattered by the Kunlun race. Many god race beings did not even know where this group of experts came from and why they were being targeted specifically. The reason why the Kunlun race was trapped in the Kunlun ruins for so many years was because of the invasion of the god race and the primordial war. The Kunlun race alone might not be a match for the god race. However, every single Kunlun clansman was extremely ferocious and viewed the god race as mortal foes. A few Kunlun clansmen were enough to make a god race being flustered. Not long after the battle broke out, the god race suffered immense losses. The armies of the 8 demon regions and the god race had just crossed the borders of the North region when they were stopped outside by the combined forces of the human and Kunlun races and could not advance for a long time. Blood Emperor. The Bloodvine clan leader said in a deep voice, "Our clansmen can't hold it in any longer and want to drink the blood and fight. Blood Emperor, please give the order." The clan leaders of the Heavenly Eye, Golden Crow, and Rakshasa races stood out as well. The experts of the primordial 5 races were triggered by the fresh blood before them and were eager with excited expressions. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor and the others exchanged glances and nodded, waving their hands. "Go on." Boom. The allied army of the primordial 5 races charged out like hungry tigers. At the same time, many powerful figures sprinted over from the back of the North region. Some of them were dozens of feet tall with bare upper bodies. Their auras were terrifying and they were majestic, striding over like mountains. The barbarian race had arrived. A barbarian ancestor tore through the void and descended from the skies. His gigantic feet stomped on the ground and turned a few demon beasts into sludge as the earth split and trembled. Roar. A resounding dragon roar rang with an endless might that reverberated through the world. All demons fell silent against the dragon roar. Divine dragons appeared on the heads of the barbarian race one after another. They had towering horns, sharp claws and fangs of different colors. Some of the divine dragons burned with scarlet flames and tore through the air like a fire dragon. Some of the divine dragons were covered in green scales and rode on the clouds. Some of the divine dragons rolled and soared, covering the skies with flying sand. At the front of the dragons was a divine dragon that was thousands of feet long. It had a burning gaze and 5 claws beneath its abdomen with a torrential aura. 5-clawed divine dragon, Long Kang. Long Kang possessed the bloodline of a 5-clawed divine dragon. Although he was not an emperor, he had already cultivated to the peak of the Mahayana realm. Among the dragons, there was an illumination dragon. It was Solitary Cloud who had followed Suzimo into the Dragon Bone Valley back then. After all these years, Solitary Cloud had already cultivated to the Mahayana realm. Solitary Cloud swayed his tail and his scarlet dragon tail burned a large number of demon beasts to ashes. Everywhere his tail swept, ruins would appear. Splash! A dark sea appeared behind the dragons and barbarian race. In the seawater, figures that were even larger than the dragon and barbarian race could be vaguely seen swimming over. In the seawater, those figures were filled with an extremely powerful blood chi that could be sensed by many living beings on the battlefield even from 5,000 kilometers away. There was only a single race with that terrifying blood chi and immense life force, the Kuan race. The lifespans of the Kuan race were generally higher than the dragon race. The arrival of the Kuan race caused the auras of the many sea demons from the north, east and south seas to weaken. The Kuan race was the king of the ocean and was at the peak of all living beings in the ocean. In the ocean, no race could go against it, not even the dragon race. All living beings were food for the Kuan race. After the ancient war, if not for the fact that the Kuan race resided in Beiming, the three oceans would not have been dominated by other living beings. The appearance of the Kuan race caused some living beings of the three oceans to tremble. A giant Kuan opened its mouth and released an extremely terrifying suction force. Many demon beasts of the demon regions could not control their bodies and were devoured by the giant Kuan. The dragon, Kuan, and barbarian races joined forces and fought against the primordial 5 races at the borders of the North region. Although the primordial 5 races had many experts, it was not easy to break through the alliance of the dragon, Kuan, and barbarian races. Furthermore, many paragons of the human race stood out as well. For experts like Ming Zhen, Demonis Ji, and Extreme Fire, although they were not emperors, they had already cultivated to the peak of the Mahayana realm and could even suppress primordial races of the same cultivation realm. The Hell Witch Emperor, Golden Crow Fire Emperor, and the others stood in the firmaments and looked down at the battlefield with cold expressions. Suddenly, in the depths of the North region, an extremely violent aura burst forth from the direction of the Dragon Bone Valley. Immediately after, a roar sounded. It sounded like a dragon roar, a phoenix cry, piercing through metal and cracking rocks. Even the primordial races present felt their hearts skip a beat when they heard it. That was the sound of the taboo dragon phoenix. The dragon phoenix true body was declaring war against the Hell Witch Emperor, Golden Crow Fire Emperor, and the others. The battlefield of the emperors would not be at this place. The power of the emperors was way too strong and terrifyingly destructive. If the emperors were to fight here, all the living beings below would be drowned by their power and die with them. The emperors of the primordial 5 races knew that as well. That was the reason why they did not attack here. If they attacked, the emperors of the dragon race would definitely arrive as well. At that time, their clansmen would not be spared in the battle between the emperors. Taboo Dragon Phoenix. The Blood Emperor licked his lips and his eyes lit up as he said excitedly, "I've never tasted a taboo bloodline before." There was something else that he did not say. If he could refine the bloodline of the taboo Dragon Phoenix, he might even have a breakthrough. "Everyone, let's go." The Golden Crow Fire Emperor smiled gently. Since the taboo Dragon Phoenix declared war in the Dragon Bone Valley, let's see how many emperors the dragon, Kuan, and barbarian races have left. As long as we kill the taboo, the rest won't be a threat. The Hell Witch Emperor said indifferently. "Don't worry." The Shadowless Emperor said in a deep voice, "I have definite news on my side that the taboo Dragon Phoenix has only comprehended a single supreme divine power. He's of no threat to us. Right, we have to be careful of the taboo divine who." The Hell Witch Emperor reminded again. There were more than 50 emperors on the side of the primordial 5 races. There were also 17 emperors of the 8 demon regions. The God race had 8 emperors. Including the 5 top emperors such as the Hell Witch Emperor, there were more than 80 emperors on this side. Throughout history, only the primordial and ancient wars had produced such a massive number of emperors. Chapter 1712, Night Spirits Attack. Chapter 1712, Night Spirits Attack. Dragon Bone Valley. The emperors of the human race as well as the storyteller and the old dragon of Enigma Palace were already gathered here. Emperors of the dragon, Kuan, and barbarian races had already appeared as well. This was the first time that humans had joined forces with the primordial races since the primordial era. However, be it the emperors of the human race or the dragon, barbarian, and Kuan races, all of them had extremely grim expressions as they looked in the direction of the middle continent. They were not worried about the battle between the 10,000 races at the intersection of the North region and the middle continent. Even if they were up against the joint forces of the primordial 6 races alongside the 8 demon regions, they could fight. Furthermore, they had a trump card hidden at the borders of the North region. What the emperors were truly worried about was the battle between the emperors. If they lost this battle, even if they won at the intersection of the North region, they would be annihilated. However, they were most likely doomed for the battle between the emperors. The only variable was the martial emperor. Instinctively, The gazes of the emperors landed on Suzimo. Suzimo's expression was calm without any fear or worry that gave the emperors some confidence. However, in reality, Suzimo had no confidence either. For the past few days, he had been trying to contact the Martial Dao Prime Body. However, there was still no result. The Martial Dao Prime Body seemed to have vanished from Tianhuang mainland without a trace. The Martial Dao Prime Body had encountered a bottleneck. If he could not comprehend it, even if he came out of seclusion in advance, he would not be able to change this battle between emperors. In this battle of the emperors, the difference between both sides was immense. On their side, there were only 5 emperors of the dragon race, including the dragon phoenix True Body and Longran who had just broken through. 2 emperors of the barbarian race were severely injured and could not participate in the battle. There were only 2 remaining that had combat strength. The Kuan race had a deep foundation. However, they encountered a calamity and 7 emperors died. Right now, there were only 6 Kuan emperors left. There were only 13 emperors of the dragon, barbarian, and Kuan races combined. Because of the existence of the divine power forbidden region, the Kunlun race only left the Kunlun ruins 1,000 years ago and entered the Mahayana realm one after another. In just 1,000 years, there had yet to be a Kunlun emperor. The Kunlun race could not help in the battle of the emperors. Right then, powerful figures appeared one after another not far ahead. There were Rakshasas that could soar through the skies, blood vines that were filled with blood chi and 3D golden crows that resembled blazing suns. The emperors of the primordial 6 races had arrived. The 5 people in the lead were the Hell Witch Emperor, Golden Crow Fire Emperor, Thousand Eye Emperor, Blood Emperor, and Shadowless Emperor. There were a total of 17 demon emperors surrounding the emperors of the primordial races. When they saw that, the expressions of the storyteller, Long Ran, Yuman Emperor, Xiao Kuan Emperor and the others turned extremely terrible. The difference was too great. There were a total of 5 top emperors on the side of the primordial 6 races. Even compared to the other emperors, the difference was stark. Although there were more than 20 emperors of the human race, there would not be much left after they faced off against the demon emperors of the 8 demon regions. There were more than 50 emperors combined on the side of the primordial 6 races. However, Suzimo only had 13 emperors on his side. Suzimo's original plan was for his 2 true bodies to join forces with Night Spirit and attempt to fight against the 5 top emperors such as the Hell Witch Emperor. But now, he had no choice but to change his plan. The difference in strength between Long Ran and the other emperors of the primordial 6 races was way too great and they had no chance of winning. Long Ran's side would most likely be defeated before the outcome was decided. Suzimo said in a deep voice, "I'll join forces with everyone to fight against the other emperors of the primordial 6 races." Suzimo's choice meant that the Dragon Phoenix True Body would join forces with Night Spirit to fight against the 5 top emperors such as the Hell Witch Emperor and the others. In that short period of time, the Hell Witch Emperor and the others had already arrived outside the Dragon Bone Valley. They stood in midair and looked at Suzimo's group. Many emperors faced off with unrestrained might. The sea of bones outside the Dragon Bone Valley turned into ruins instantly without a peep of sound. Foo. Suddenly, the Golden Crow Fire Emperor laughed. "Desolate Marshal, you've changed quite a bit after not seeing you for 1,000 years. Both your true bodies have become emperors. It's been 1,000 years but you haven't grown much." Suzimo said indifferently. Suddenly, the Hell Witch Emperor said, "Desolate Marshal, stop putting on a front. You know in your heart that you guys don't stand a chance of winning this battle. Everyone, listen up. As long as you're willing to swear a Dao oath and submit to us, I can make the decision to spare your lives. In fact, I can even protect your clansmen and inheritance." The Hell Witch Emperor's words seemed to possess a strange magic as his voice sounded slowly. Many emperors were moved when they heard that. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Suzimo burst into laughter. The laughter contained a powerful sound domain technique that was sacred and vast like the Sanskrit of the Buddhist monasteries, exploding in everyone's ears. Many emperors were alarmed and snapped out of their stupor. Earlier on, they were almost bewitched by the voice of the Hell Witch Emperor. Thankfully, the martial emperor warned them with Sanskrit in time and shocked them, preventing them from sinking into it. At that thought, the emperors looked terrible and felt a sense of trepidation. The witch race specialized in essence spirits. The Hell Witch Emperor was even more well-versed in that Tao. The fact that he could affect the minds of many emperors present with a single voice was proof of how terrifying his methods were. Both parties were in a standoff and it seemed like a huge battle was about to break out. However, in reality, the Hell Witch Emperor had already attacked. Just as the Hell Witch Emperor channeled his secret skill and affected the mental states of many cultivators, a crack appeared above the Hell Witch Emperor's head. A pitch-black claw suddenly extended with a dark glint and grabbed the head of the Hell Witch Emperor. There was no warning at all. Although there were many emperors present, none of them noticed that someone was already hidden in the void and suddenly released a fatal attack. The timing of his attack was perfect as well. The Hell Witch Emperor was the most relaxed when he attacked the emperors of the human race. The claw was extremely menacing and the bones that were revealed resembled molten steel. They were metallic and seemed like they could penetrate everything. What was even more frightening was that the aura released by the claw shocked all the primordial races present. It's the taboo divine who. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor reacted right away and exclaimed. Only a taboo bloodline could give them such a sense of trepidation. Without hesitation, the Golden Crow Fire Emperor reverted to his true form and spat out a ball of blazing golden flames towards the crack. However, no matter how fast the Golden Crow Fire Emperor reacted, it was already too late. Night Spirit's attack was clearly a calculated attack. He did not choose to attack the Golden Crow Fire Emperor or the other emperors. Instead, he chose the Hell Witch Emperor. Although the Hell Witch Emperor was a top emperor, his physique and bloodline were the weakest among the 5 of them. Night Spirit could not maneuver too long against the encirclement of so many foes. He only had a single chance at best. If he could kill the Hell Witch Emperor, the pressure on him and the Dragon Phoenix true body would be greatly reduced. Chapter 1713 Battle of Emperors. Chapter 1713 Battle of Emperors. Nobody could save the Hell Witch Emperor. Apart from himself. Illusion Dharmic Curse. The Hell Witch Emperor did not have time to think as he channeled his essence spirit fanatically and chanted an incantation, releasing a supreme divine power. Typically, the emperors would not use their supreme divine powers casually for a battle of this scale. Firstly, supreme divine powers consumed a lot of essence spirit. Secondly, once a supreme divine power was released, it would be difficult to release it again for a period of time. This also meant that the emperor had lost one of his greatest trump card. Although the Hell Witch Emperor was a top emperor of the primordial races and his combat strength was equivalent to an emperor of the human race who had comprehended 6 supreme divine powers, in reality, he had only comprehended 4 supreme divine powers. However, this time round, the Hell Witch Emperor had no choice. If he did not release that supreme divine power, he would definitely die. A strange and powerful power emanated from the Hell Witch Emperor's weak body. Under the gazes of the emperors, the Hell Witch Emperor's figure suddenly turned illusory, as though he was hiding in another space and was faintly visible. Swoosh! Night Spirit's claw passed through the Hell Witch Emperor's body, but it was as though it passed through a layer of air. It was flimsy and no blood flowed out. He missed. The Hell Witch Emperor had comprehended 4 supreme divine powers. Although his body and bloodline were weak, his essence spirit was way too strong. The moment Night Spirit attacked, he had already sensed the abnormality. That was the reason why he could release the illusion Dharmic Curse right away to defend. Night Spirit's attack missed and more than half of his figure was revealed from the void crack. His long tail swung over like a dark streak of light in the night. His sharp tail pierced into the void where the Hell Witch Emperor was hiding. Poof! The Hell Witch Emperor's figure had already turned into nothingness and vanished. However, fresh blood began to spew from the void. The Hell Witch Emperor was struck by Night Spirit. Unfortunately, the attack missed the Hell Witch Emperor's vitals. Right then, the Golden Crow Fire Emperor's golden flames descended as well. At the same time, the Thousand-Eye Emperor, Shadowless Emperor, and Blood Emperor attacked one after another. Night Spirit could only give up on chasing after the Hell Witch Emperor and passed by an emperor of the God Race in a flash. The God Race Emperor reacted extremely quickly and struck Night Spirit. However, Night Spirit was filled with purple-gold scales and had shocking defenses. He ignored the attack of the God Race Emperor and bit down. Bang! Although the God Race Emperor struck Night Spirit, his head was bitten off by Night Spirit and his essence spirit was devoured before it could escape. The innate divine powers that Night Spirit comprehended were methods to strengthen his physique and the Tao of killing, similar to 3 heads 6 arms and 6-tusked divine elephant. There would not be any killing techniques, those were divine powers that could increase one's combat strength. Although Night Spirit could not kill the Hell Witch Emperor with a single attack, the other emperors could not defend against Night Spirit's attack. Bang! Bang! Night Spirit's movement technique was extremely fast and he left the battlefield swiftly after killing an emperor of the God race. The attacks of the Golden Crow Fire Emperor and the others missed. Night Spirit arrived beside the Dragon Phoenix True Body and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. He looked at the many emperors opposite him with a cold expression. At the same time, the figure of the Hell Witch Emperor gradually appeared from the void. The Hell Witch Emperor's face was pale and his gaze was cold. There was a shocking hole of blood in his chest. Although the Hell Witch Emperor stopped the blood with a curse of the witch race, the healing speed of the wound was extremely slow. Be it the sharp claws or tail of the divine who, they burned with faint purple-gold flames with shocking lethality. It was already not bad that the Hell Witch Emperor could retain his physical body. If it was any other emperor, they would have turned into ashes in a few breaths if Night Spirit pierced their bodies. Before the battle between the emperors even broke out, the Hell Witch Emperor was already injured and an emperor of the God race was dead. The emperors of the primordial 6 races looked at Night Spirit with a hint of fear. If not for the Hell Witch Emperor and the other top 4 emperors on their side, even their dozens of emperors might not be able to defend against the massacre of the divine who, "Little beast, how dare you hurt me?" The Hell Witch Emperor's expression was dark and his eyes shone with a sinister green glint. "Kill him." He waved the bone staff in his hands and hollered. The battle between the emperors broke out. Roar. Without hesitation, the Dragon Phoenix True Body reverted to his true form and charged towards the Blood Emperor and the Rakshasa Shadowless Emperor. At the same time, Night Spirit charged forward and fought against the Thousand Eye Emperor and Golden Crow Fire Emperor. The Hell Witch Emperor stood far away and controlled the situation, commanding the emperors of the primordial 6 races. Go and kill the emperors of the Dragon, Kuan, and Barbarian races, demon emperors of the 8 demon regions. Go and fight against the emperors of the human race. Leave those 2 taboos to us. You don't have to worry. Boom. 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 The emperors of both parties attacked one after another and a deafening bang sounded when their dharmic treasures and blood chi collided. Su Zimo released his supreme divine power, 3 heads 6 arms. He held the human emperor's seal in one hand and the creation lotus platform in the other. The other palms held dharmic treasures obtained from the Yu Emperor and the others in the ancient battlefield. Be it sabers or swords, the 6 arms swung and spun, charging into the crowd. Bang! Bang! Poof! Poof! The few dharmic treasures that flew over were sent flying by Su Zimo's human emperor's seal and creation lotus platform. The emperors at the front were also torn apart by Su Zimo's attacks and fresh blood spewed. However, this was not a one-on-one fight. In this chaotic battle, even if the bodies of some emperors were shattered by Su Zimo, their essence spirits could escape in time. The other emperors would swarm forward and would not give Su Zimo a chance to hunt them down. The Green Lotus True Body had comprehended 2 supreme divine powers. Among the primordial races, emperors who had comprehended 1 and 2 supreme divine powers could not stop him at all. Su Zimo released 3 heads 6 arms and charged in all directions, destroying the formation of more than 50 emperors. Among the primordial 6 races, there were a total of 9 emperors who had comprehended 3 supreme divine powers that surrounded Su Zimo. Only emperors of the primordial races who had comprehended 3 supreme divine powers could fight Su Zimo. The 9 emperors of the primordial races even released supreme divine powers in succession before Su Zimo stopped in his tracks as they surrounded him. As for the remaining emperors of the primordial races, they charged towards Long Ran and the others. Long Ran, the Xiao Kuan Emperor, the Yuman Emperor and the other emperors roared as well and reverted to their true forms, charging forward. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere the moment they collided. Long Ran bit an emperor of the Rakshasa race into two, but before he killed the latter's essence spirit, a 3D golden crow swooped down and tore off a piece of flesh with dragon scales from his body. The moment the human emperor punched the body of an emperor of the heavenly eye race, a blood vine with countless spikes coiled around and restricted his figure. There were even emperors of the witch race who attacked his essence spirit. The human emperor's face was pale and he was almost cursed to death by an essence spirit secret skill. Chapter 1714, Kuan Peng Carefree. Chapter 1714, Kuan Peng Carefree. On the other side of the battlefield, although there were only 7 emperors fighting, none of them dared to approach. The 2 taboos of the Dragon Phoenix True Body and the Divine Who Night Spirit faced the 5 top emperors, the Hell Witch Emperor and the others. Night Spirit was up against the Heavenly Eye Emperor and Golden Crow Fire Emperor. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor had 4 supreme divine powers to refine his body and bloodline. After transforming into his true form, he was not disadvantaged against Night Spirit in melee combat. Night Spirit was fast, but the Golden Crow Fire Emperor's movement technique was not slow either. After all, Night Spirit had only comprehended a single supreme divine power. Although their cultivation realms were the same, the difference in their levels was way too great. If it was a one-on-one fight, the outcome would be indeterminate. But now, the 2 top emperors, the Golden Crow Fire Emperor and the Thousand Eye Emperor, had the upper hand and suppressed Night Spirit completely. More importantly, the Hell Witch Emperor was outside the battlefield and could attack at any moment. If the Hell Witch Emperor were to attack, it would definitely be a thunderous attack. Night Spirit had to focus half of his attention on the Hell Witch Emperor. With that, it was even more difficult for Night Spirit to defend against the attacks of the Golden Crow Fire Emperor and Thousand Eye Emperor. However, Night Spirit possessed the bloodline of the Divine Who, and his almost instinctive killing methods left many wounds on the Golden Crow Fire Emperor and Thousand Eye Emperor. Only, those injuries were nothing to both parties. On the other side, the situation of the Dragon Phoenix True Body was not optimistic either. The Dragon Phoenix True Body had only comprehended a single supreme divine power. Even with a 6-fold increase in strength, he could not compare to the Blood Emperor and Shadowless Emperor. Of course, the Dragon Phoenix True Body had his own strength. Although the Shadowless Emperor was fast as a Rakshasa, the Dragon Phoenix True Body had the Dragon Phoenix wings and Rock Golden wings and was not slow either. Both parties fought with speed in midair, turning into 2 beams of light that chased after one another and were almost invisible. Many lights, runes, and forces collided in midair. The void trembled and cracks appeared. However, fresh blood splattered continuously. The Blood Emperor transformed into his true form and 1,000 blood vines with spikes tore through the air. They were densely packed like anacondas and were menacing and bloodthirsty, wanting to coil around the Dragon Phoenix True Body. However, the innate divine power of the Dragon Phoenix True Body, the Dragon Phoenix Flames, was extremely terrifying and burned everything. The blood vines coiled around and were burned to ashes by the Dragon Phoenix Flames in a few breaths. Hee hee. The Blood Emperor sneered with a mocking expression, "Dragon Phoenix, let's see how long more your flames can last." Although the blood vines were burned, a large amount of filthy blood spewed out from them and splattered on the Dragon Phoenix True Body. Each time the filthy blood splattered, the Dragon Phoenix Flames would weaken by a fraction. Furthermore, the blood vines seemed endless. In that short period of time, the Dragon Phoenix Flames had already burned hundreds of them, but the blood vines were still regenerating continuously. Do you think that you're the only one who comprehended everlasting vitality? The Blood Emperor smiled smugly. The Dragon Phoenix True Body had a grim expression. If this continued, his movement speed would be restricted once the Dragon Phoenix Flames were extinguished, or his strength would be so weak that he could not burn the blood vines. At that time, he would not be able to defend against the Shadowless Emperor's attack. However, there was almost no solution to everything. The burst power of the Dragon Phoenix True Body was shocking and he had many killing methods. However, he could not exhaust the Blood Emperor, who had comprehended 4 supreme divine powers and possessed everlasting vitality. More importantly, right from the beginning, the Hell Witch Emperor had not truly released his killing move. He was only searching for openings in the outer perimeter to test the waters. Once the Hell Witch Emperor attacked, the Dragon Phoenix True Body and Night Spirit would definitely be in danger. Even if the Green Lotus True Body joined forces with the Dragon Phoenix True Body and Night Spirit according to the original plan, they would not have much of a chance of winning. North Region Border. The 10,000 races fought against one another. Although there were no emperors on the battlefield, the situation was even more tragic. Corpses were strewn all over the borders and blood flowed everywhere. Every single collision would leave countless corpses on the ground. The human, dragon, barbarian, Kuan and Kunlun races defended the North Region defense line tightly. However, the experts of the primordial 6 races and the 8 demon regions were way too many. The humans and dragons began to retreat. Among the human race, Ming Zhen, Demonis Ji, and even some monster incarnates of the younger generation such as Beiming Shui could not defend against the attacks of the primordial 6 races. As a 5-clawed divine dragon, Long Kang was already covered in injuries from the encirclement of the experts of the primordial 6 races. Earlier on, he was almost beheaded and killed by the god race. The combined forces of the primordial 6 races pushed their advantage to its limits. Relying on their powerful physiques and bloodlines, the god race charged at the front and fought against the Kunlun, barbarian, and dragon races. In midair, the Golden Crow and Rakshasa races joined forces and restricted the energy of the Kunlun and dragon races. As for the Bloodvine race, they took root at the borders of the North Region and transformed into countless bloodvines, almost forming a vast blood sea. Countless living beings would die as the gigantic blood vines swept across the battlefield. As for the Heavenly Eye and Witch races, they stood far away and released visual techniques and incantations continuously, causing immense lethality to the human race. The physique of the barbarian race was domineering and invincible among the primordial 9 races. However, the weakness of the barbarian race was extremely obvious: their essence spirit. The many methods of the witch race were killing techniques targeted at the essence spirit. If the two of them were to fight in melee combat, the witch race naturally had no chance of winning. However, in the battle of the 10,000 races, it was impossible for the barbarian race to break through the layers of obstacles and arrive before the witch race. That way, the witch race could release essence spirit secret incantations and secret skills without any restraints. Up till this point of the battle, the barbarian race had suffered immense losses and there was almost no chance for them to survive the descent of the witch race's dharmic art. This can't go on. I can't hold on any longer. Even with Lin Xuanzhi's lazy personality, he was getting anxious at the moment. On the battlefield, Beiming Shui wielded her sword and had just killed a god race patriarch. Suddenly, she retreated and turned to look at a black-robed youth beside her. "Junior brother, you can attack now." Beiming Shui's junior brother was Carefree, the taboo Kuan Peng. Carefree's injuries had long healed with the help of the primordial divine spring. When the battle broke out, Carefree hid in the crowd and followed Beiming Shui like an ordinary human without revealing his identity. At that time, with so many emperors of the primordial races present, Carefree would have been killed the moment he revealed his bloodline. Therefore, Carefree had always followed Beiming Shui in his human form and fought on the battlefield without exposing his bloodline and identity. Now that the emperors had left, the intense energy fluctuation from the Dragon Bone Valley proved that the battle between the emperors had broken out. There were no emperors that could threaten Carefree here. All right. When he heard Beiming Shui's words, Carefree released his blood chi without hesitation and roared into the skies. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening sound of a tsunami burst forth. In the skies above the border of the North Region, Carefree leaped up and charged towards the camp of the primordial 6 races. A series of explosions sounded from his body and his blood chi surged. "You must have a death wish." When they saw Carefree charging over, experts of the primordial races welcomed him. The patriarchs of the god, Golden Crow, Heavenly Eye, and even the witch race attacked one after another. Instantly, dozens of attacks surged towards Carefree, who was in midair. Chapter 1715 Arrival of the Azura. Chapter 1715 Arrival of the Azura. Suddenly, a dark sea appeared and Carefree's seemingly frail figure vanished. In his place was a massive creature that was thousands of kilometers long and covered the skies. It emitted an extremely terrifying aura and looked like a gigantic Kuan. That's a Kuan ancestor? However, how can the power in the Kuan ancestor's body be so strong? Even I feel my heart skip a beat as though a calamity is about to descend. Many patriarchs of the primordial races frowned and glared at Carefree with bewildered expressions. This giant Kuan was even larger than the other Kuan ancestors. Furthermore, it looked different. Only, this giant Kuan was way too big. Even when the many experts looked up, they could not see its full appearance in a short period of time and could not make out anything. Suddenly, the giant Kuan opened its mouth and released an extremely terrifying suction force. There were dharmic treasures, divine powers, secret skills and incantations among the dozens of attacks. Some of the dharmic arts were torn apart by the tremendous suction force in midair. All the other dharmic treasures and divine powers were devoured by that bottomless mouth. Pest! Many experts gasped and their expressions changed. The moment the massive object descended, seawater filled the air with a rampant might and the entire battlefield at the border of the North region froze for a moment. Suddenly, the tail of the giant Kuan whipped down viciously and a huge shadow shrouded down, as though the skies were collapsing. Many experts were shocked and retreated hurriedly. Bang! A deafening bang that shook the heavens and earth sounded. The tail of the giant Kuan smashed onto the ground, turning countless experts of the primordial races into sludge without a corpse. After the tail of the giant Kuan was raised, a large empty area appeared in the camp of the primordial 6 races. The experts who were initially standing there and wanted to fight head-on were slapped to death and their essence spirits were destroyed. What's going on? This giant Kuan is clearly only at the ancestor realm. Why is its strength so terrifying? Could it be? Just as many experts of the primordial races were guessing, the giant Kuan's figure suddenly turned blurry. Immediately after, the massive object disappeared before everyone. Screech! Immediately after, a sharp and ear-piercing screech sounded. Many experts of the primordial races looked up and saw a golden rock with a body full of golden feathers flapping its wings in the firmaments. It shuttled through the stratosphere and its wings were like clouds that draped down from the heavens, enveloping the surroundings in a bedazzling manner. Earlier on, some of the Rakshasa and Golden Crow races escaped from the tail of the giant Kuan and arrived in midair. However, they bumped right into the golden rock. The golden rock flapped its wings and transformed into a blinding golden streak of light, passing through the experts of the Rakshasa and Golden Crow races. Poof! Poof! Those experts were sliced into 2 by the golden rock and their blood stained the firmament. Some of the 3D golden crows were held down by the sharp claws of the golden rock and could not resist at all, looking like chicks that were carried in one's palm. Although the Rakshasa race was fast, they were far inferior to the golden rock and could not escape at all. The golden rock galloped in midair and its sharp claws flashed. Each time, a Rakshasa expert's head would definitely be pierced and his essence spirit would be destroyed. Kuan Peng! It's the taboo Kuan Peng! It was only then that the experts of the primordial races reacted and a series of roars burst forth from the crowd. Carefree transformed into a giant Kuan at times and a rock at others. He roamed the battlefield and released extremely ferocious attacks, unleashing the combat strength of a taboo completely. After his injuries healed a few days ago, Carefree had already entered the Mahayana realm. Although he was at the early stage Mahayana realm, he could kill mid-stage or even late-stage Mahayana patriarchs of the primordial races with ease. Only patriarchs of the primordial races at the peak of the Mahayana realm could fight Carefree if they joined forces. The descent of the taboo Kuan Peng reversed the situation at the border of the North region instantly. The morale of the humans, dragons, Kuan, barbarian and Kunlun races was boosted as they began to counterattack. After charging for a while, Lin Xuanji retreated from the front and took out a few elixirs to consume, panting slightly. He looked in the direction of the Dragon Bone Valley without feeling any bit of relief. The situation in the North region had already begun to gain an advantage with the protection of the taboo Kuan Peng. However, the true deciding factor of the battle was still the fight between the emperors of the Dragon Bone Valley. If Suzimo and the others were defeated, it would be useless even if they won the battle at the border of the North region. Dragon Bone Valley. The battle between the emperors was getting more intense. Many emperors were already filled with injuries and did not have excess dharmic powers to repair themselves in such an intense battle. On the side of the Dragon Phoenix True Body, the Golden Crow Fire Emperor and the other emperors of the primordial races had the upper hand the entire time and suppressed him and Night Spirit. However, the two taboos could still hold on thanks to their powerful physiques and bloodlines. On the side of the Green Lotus True Body, he fought against 9 emperors of the primordial races who had comprehended 3 supreme divine powers single-handedly thanks to 3 heads 6 arms. This was also a stalemate. After fighting for so long, Suzimo still did not have the chance to kill an emperor completely. The Green Lotus True Body had comprehended 2 supreme divine powers and could kill the emperors that surrounded him easily in a one-on-one battle. However, against the combined forces of 9 emperors of the primordial races, Suzimo could only barely protect himself. During this period of time, he relied on the might of the human emperor's seal and smashed the bodies of a few emperors into pieces countless times. However, he would be stopped by the other emperors before long and could only watch helplessly as their essence spirits escaped. They would undergo blood rebirth to reconstruct their bodies before charging forward once more. Of course, the power of the Green Lotus True Body with everlasting vitality was almost limitless. Even with the combined forces of the 9 emperors of the primordial races, it was difficult for them to kill him. Be it the Dragon Phoenix True Body or the Green Lotus True Body, they could ensure that they would not be defeated. However, the situation on the side of Long Ran and the emperors of the human race was already precarious. Because of the previous calamity, the Dragon, Kuan, and Barbarian races suffered immense losses and only had few emperors. They could no longer hold out against the encirclement of dozens of emperors of the primordial 6 races. At this point of the battle, a Barbarian emperor and 2 Kuan emperors had already died. The other emperors such as Long Ran and the others were covered in injuries as well. There were less than 10 emperors left among the 3 races. Even with the storyteller's help, they were already losing ground and were about to collapse completely. Right then, a shuddering aura descended. Apart from the Hell Witch Emperor and the other top emperors, everyone felt a sense of pressure. Not far away, a white-haired man walked over slowly with an expressionless face. He dragged a pitch-black saber in his hands and the blade slid through the void, splitting it silently. The white-haired man's eyes were dull and emotionless. He exuded a rumbling fiend chi and countless negative emotions. A moment ago, the white-haired man was still far away. However, in the blink of an eye, he arrived in the middle of the battlefield. Swoosh! The white-haired man attacked and his fiend saber tore through the air. A torrential hatred descended and enveloped more than 10 emperors of the primordial races. The Azura had arrived. Chapter 1716 Endless Hatred. Chapter 1716 Endless Hatred. You must have a death wish. The primordial races attacked one after another as well, channeling their blood chi, essence spirits and dharmic treasures to charge towards the Azura Yang Baichen's hatred fiend saber. Cling. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed in an ear-piercing manner as sparks flew. At least half of the dharmic treasures were slashed by the hatred fiend saber one after another. The other dharmic treasures tore through the defense of the hatred fiend saber and charged towards Yang Baichen. Yang Baichen was expressionless, as though he could not sense the threat of those dharmic treasures. The saber beam shifted and the hatred fiend saber slashed towards an emperor of the Rakshasa race with rumbling fiend chi. Teleportation. The Rakshasa emperor released his supreme divine power and teleported, disappearing from the spot and reappearing in another void. However, the moment the Rakshasa emperor appeared, the hatred fiend saber slashed down. It was as though the hatred fiend saber had arrived instantly as well. Before the Rakshasa emperor could release his second supreme divine power, he was killed on the spot by the hatred fiend saber and his essence spirit could not escape. Up till this point of the battle, apart from the god race emperor that was killed by Night Spirit at the start of the battle, the human race had only managed to kill 2 other emperors. To think that Yang Beichen would kill an emperor of the Rakshasa race who had comprehended 3 supreme divine powers with 2 slashes the moment he arrived. It was clear how terrifying the Asura was. Of course, when Yang Beichen killed the Rakshasa emperor, he was struck by many dharmic treasures as well. Blood mists burst forth and his body was almost shattered. However, there were still no emotions on Yang Beichen's face, as though he could not feel any pain. His eyes were filled with endless hatred. Accompanied by that hatred, the fiend qi in Yang Beichen's body intensified and increased, surging out continuously to repair his wound. The hatred fiend saber buzzed and trembled in his palm in an extremely excited manner. "It's the hatred saber." An emperor of the witch race's expression changed starkly as he said sternly, he inherited the legacy of the fiend emperor hatred. Yang Beichen was extremely notorious in the cultivation world. However, he was almost unknown among the primordial 9 races. Furthermore, everyone present were emperors of the primordial races. In the hearts of the emperors of the primordial races, Desolate Marshal was the only one in the human race that they valued. Even if they had heard of Yang Beichen's name, they did not take it to heart. However, the words fiend emperor hatred caused the expressions of many emperors of the primordial races to change. In the ancient books of the primordial races, it was clearly recorded that although the eternal human emperor was the strongest and invincible in the ancient war, he was not the one who killed the most of the primordial races. It was the fiend emperor hatred. According to the ancient books, the fiend emperor hatred created a supreme divine power that allowed himself to fall into a state of hatred intent. The deeper the hatred, the stronger the power, and it was almost endless without any pain or fatigue. Back then, if not for the fact that the fiend emperor hatred fell into the hatred intent and could not extricate himself, resulting in his painful suicide, countless primordial races would have died. Right now, Yang Beichen was clearly within the hatred intent. The person before them was practically the second fiend emperor hatred. None of those primordial races knew that although Yang Beichen's combat strength could not compare to the fiend emperor hatred at his peak, he had inherited the legacy of 2 fiend sects and his future accomplishments might even be above the fiend emperor hatred. For the past 1,000 years, Yang Beichen had never entered the ancient battlefield. However, he still managed to become an emperor. All the divine powers he comprehended were within the hatred fiend saber. Right now, he had already comprehended 2 supreme divine powers and was in the hatred intent realm. His combat strength rose continuously and he could even kill emperors of the primordial races who had comprehended 3 supreme divine powers. In his battle, when Su Zimo saw that Yang Beichen was fine, a part of him was finally relieved. He had not seen Yang Beichen since the 10,000 race meet. To think that when Yang Beichen returned, he was already an emperor and his combat strength was so terrifying. Kill him. An emperor of the Heavenly Eye race hollered and the Heavenly Eye on his glabella opened, releasing a supreme divine power. The primordial races had already sensed how terrifying Yang Beichen was and did not want to give him too many chances. At the same time, the other emperors of the primordial races attacked one after another as well. They did not dare to hold back and released supreme divine powers at Yang Beichen. When the storyteller, Long Ran and the others saw that the situation was going south, they hurried forward and attacked with all their might. Yang Beichen gripped his saber with both hands, as though he could not see the many supreme divine powers released before him, and fell into immense sadness and pain. Green veins popped up on his neck and his features contorted. Against that immense hatred, most of the emperors present were affected. Some emperors of the primordial races who had only comprehended a single supreme divine power could not even control their mental states. When Yang Beichen was sad, the emperors of the primordial races were sad as well. When Yang Beichen was filled with hatred, the emperors of the primordial races felt hatred as well. In fact, some emperors of the primordial races were even affected by Yang Beichen emotionally. Fiend qi rumbled continuously within Yang Beichen's body and an extremely powerful divine power spread out. Longevity is limited by time. As though he had already forgotten where he was, Yang Beichen murmured softly with longing, sadness, pain and endless hatred in his eyes. He looked at the void in front of him and gripped the hatred fiend saber with both hands, slashing down slowly as he murmured. But this hatred shall be endless. After saying that, the hatred fiend saber in Yang Beichen's palm seemed to have vanished. Immediately after, boundless pitch-black fiend chi condensed into endless saber beams that shuttled through the battlefield. Boom! 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 The saber beams collided with the incoming supreme divine powers and let out a loud bang with a terrifying might. His hatred was like a saber and it was endless. The supreme divine power of an emperor of the god race was shattered by a saber beam. Immediately after, the saber beam slashed down with endless hatred. In just a few breaths, the god race emperor was drowned by the endless saber lights and turned into a blood mist. Not only was the life force of every single drop of blood destroyed, his essence spirit was destroyed on the spot as well. The physique of the god race was extremely strong and could even take on dharmic treasures head-on. However, it was turned into a blood mist by the endless saber light condensed by hatred. Against the attacks of many emperors of the primordial races, Yang Beichen released his supreme divine power and channeled his killing power to its limits, killing another person. When Yang Beichen attacked, he single-handedly stopped the decline of the storyteller, Long Ran and the other emperors, stabilizing the situation immediately. To think that apart from Desolate Marshal, there would be such a monster incarnate in the human race. If Desolate Marshal is comparable to the human emperor, that person is almost like the fiend emperor hatred back then. Many emperors of the primordial races were secretly alarmed. Thankfully, they had launched this battle in time. If this had dragged on and Desolate Marshal and the Azura grew further, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 1717 Essence Spirit Fight. Chapter 1717 Essence Spirit Fight. The situation in the Battle of the Emperors changed rapidly. Initially, the primordial six races had the advantage. However, the appearance of the Azura, Yang Beichen, boosted the morale of the emperors of the human race. Instead, the emperors of the primordial six races died one after another. The Hell Witch Emperor had a dark expression and looked at Yang Beichen with killing intent. Initially, he did not care about the fight over there and merely wanted to find an opportunity to kill the two taboos. However, at that moment, the Hell Witch Emperor decided to attack and kill the Azura Yang Beichen first. Spirit Slaying Curse. The Hell Witch Emperor secretly conjured a secret skill and channeled his spirit consciousness, prepared to release an essence spirit secret skill to kill Yang Beichen. The Spirit Slaying Curse was a killing technique targeted at the essence spirit and would descend directly into Yang Beichen's consciousness. Given the combat strength of the Hell Witch Emperor, Yang Beichen would definitely die once the essence spirit secret skill was formed. Although the Dragon Phoenix True Body was fighting the Blood Emperor and Shadowless Emperor, he had been paying attention to the Hell Witch Emperor. At that moment, when he sensed the spirit consciousness fluctuation in the void, the Dragon Phoenix True Body guessed the Hell Witch Emperor's intentions right away. Reverse Scale. The Dragon Phoenix True Body activated his Essence Spirit Secret skill without hesitation. In his consciousness, his massive spirit consciousness compressed and condensed continuously. A scarlet scale the size of a palm floated out from his glabella and flew towards the Hell Witch Emperor. The Hell Witch Emperor's expression changed. The witch race cultivated essence spirits and his comprehension of the essence spirit Tao was even more shocking. He could naturally sense the terrifying aura released by the scale. What essence spirit secret skill is that? Even I feel my heart skip a beat. The Hell Witch Emperor did not dare to be careless and gave up on killing Yang Beichen for the time being, looking at the scarlet scale that flew over not far away. Blood Emperor, Shadowless Emperor, there's something strange about that essence spirit secret skill. Let's attack at the same time. The Hell Witch Emperor sent a voice transmission hurriedly. Although the Hell Witch Emperor did not know the origin and might of the reverse scale, he could sense a hint of danger. Of course, he was confident that he could defend against the essence spirit secret skill of the Dragon Phoenix True Body. However, he could not guarantee that his essence spirit would not be injured. He did not dare to take the risk. However, if the three emperors attacked at the same time, it did not matter if the reverse scale was special. In terms of cultivation realm, they were far superior to the Dragon Phoenix True Body. No matter how strong the essence spirit of the taboo Dragon Phoenix was, it could not defend against the combined attack of the three of them. The Blood Emperor and Shadowless Emperor did not hesitate when they heard the Hell Witch Emperor's voice transmission. The two emperors could sense how terrifying the reverse scale was as well. Bloodthirsty Arrow. A massive blood-colored spirit consciousness gathered on the Blood Emperor's glabella and formed a blood arrow in the blink of an eye, piercing towards the reverse scale. A cold beam of light burst forth from the Shadowless Emperor's glabella like a sharp curved saber. It drew a beautiful arc and sliced towards the reverse scale. The Hell Witch Emperor did not dare to be careless either. He condensed a dark green skull that emitted an evil aura and devoured the reverse scale. 3 Essence Spirit secret skills descended at the same time. Almost at the same time, the 3 Essence Spirit secret skills collided against the reverse scale. There was no earth-shaking sound and the entire process was silent. It was like the sound of death. However, the void where the 4 Essence Spirit secret skills collided caved in inch by inch. A terrifying aura spread and even the emperors in the distance felt their hearts skip a beat as they turned to look. 4 powerful spirit consciousnesses collided and devoured in midair. Cracks appeared on the reverse scale and it collapsed before long. The other 3 Essence Spirit secret skills could not withstand it either and dissipated. The Blood Emperor and Shadowless Emperor shuddered and their expressions changed. The 3 of them joined forces and collided against the seemingly ordinary scale. However, both their essence spirits felt a sharp pain and were almost injured. One could imagine that their essence spirits would definitely be severely injured if they fought the Dragon Phoenix true body's essence spirit alone. The 2 emperors exchanged glances and felt a sense of trepidation. Anyone who touches the reverse scale of a dragon will die. The eyes of the Hell Witch Emperor shone brightly as he murmured, "I see." He had extremely deep attainments in his essence spirit and had already sensed the secret behind the reverse scale after fighting it once. Unfortunately, no matter how strong the reverse scale was, there was a limit to its strength. The essence spirit secret skills released by the 3 top emperors had already surpassed that limit. The Dragon Phoenix true body frowned slightly as well and grunted. As though he was struck by lightning, his consciousness even went blank for a moment. The first to react was the Hell Witch Emperor. An opportunity. This was the moment he was waiting for outside the battlefield. Sensing the situation of the Dragon Phoenix true body, his gaze intensified and he released a supreme divine power without hesitation. Everlasting Curse. The Hell Witch Emperor chanted an obscure incantation and his finger drew a circle in midair before touching his glabella. The Everlasting Curse was the most evil and terrifying curse of the witch race that targeted the essence spirit. Once immersed in it, not only would one die, their bloodline, descendants would be affected by the curse for all eternity. It was extremely vile. One would sink into eternal damnation the moment the curse landed. 1,000 years ago, at the 10,000 race meet, the Hell Witch Emperor released this supreme divine power against the Eternal Human Emperor. However, it was destroyed by the Eternal Human Emperor's divine powers. In Tianhuang mainland, there were almost no supreme divine powers that could dispel the everlasting curse. Divine powers dissolution was something that the Eternal Human Emperor comprehended in the upper world. The reverse scale of the Dragon Phoenix true body was already released and the Hell Witch Emperor believed that his everlasting curse would definitely kill the Dragon Phoenix true body. Not only that, the curse would even sever the bloodline of the taboo Dragon Phoenix in Tianhuang mainland completely. Anyone with the Dragon Phoenix bloodline would be cursed. He was ruthless. The Dragon Phoenix true body stood in midair and an endless dark green power suddenly surged into his consciousness. It was extremely evil and increased, wanting to devour the Dragon Phoenix essence spirit. However, the moment the dark green power of the curse appeared in the consciousness of the Dragon Phoenix true body, it encountered unlimited attack. The consciousness of the Dragon Phoenix true body was like a paradise for demon kings. On the vast land, the wild bovine demon king, sanguinape demon king, divine elephant demon king and the other demon kings were enraged when they sensed the invasion of external forces and roared. In the middle of the continent was a deep and dark ocean. Suddenly, raging tides surged in the ocean. The desolate ocean dragon king burst forth and endless seawater poured down, washing away the power of the curse in the consciousness. In the desolate sea, the spirit turtle appeared with a deep gaze. Above the firmaments, A golden rock streaked down and bit the power of the curse in the consciousness. Without the dragon phoenix true body controlling it, the 11 demon kings protected their master automatically when they felt threatened and fought against the incoming curse power. By the time the curse of the supreme divine power broke through the defense of the 11 demon kings, its power had already decreased by more than half. Chapter 1718 Reappearance of the Bloodface. Chapter 1718 Reappearance of the Bloodface. The power of the curse had already dimmed significantly and its color had turned much lighter. However, this was a supreme divine power after all. The remaining power of the curse gathered rapidly and formed a ghastly green ball of light in the blink of an eye. The ball of light was like the eyeball of the Hell Witch Emperor as it glared at the dragon phoenix true body not far away with a cruel gaze. At that moment, the everlasting curse had already broken through the obstruction of the 11 demon kings. There was no longer any power that could stop it from killing the dragon phoenix essence spirit. Its strength had already weakened significantly. However, even if it could not kill the dragon phoenix essence spirit directly, it was enough to severely injure it. Whoosh! The ghastly green ball of light smashed towards the dragon phoenix essence spirit. The dragon phoenix essence spirit suddenly opened its eyes. Just as the ghastly green ball of light was about to hit it, it suddenly retreated and hid behind a blazing ball of light not far away in a flash. A ball of light hovered beside the dragon phoenix essence spirit. This was the final inheritance of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness in his consciousness. If nothing went wrong, the 12th demon king would appear after the ball of light shattered and he would obtain the final divine power of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. If he could comprehend that divine power, his combat strength would definitely increase exponentially and there was a chance he could change the direction of the battle. Actually, the moment the everlasting curse broke through the obstruction of the 11 demon kings, the dragon phoenix true body had already regained his consciousness. His essence spirit could have left his body completely and avoided the power of the everlasting curse. However, he did not do that. In a flash, a crazy thought crossed the dragon phoenix true body's mind. He wanted to make use of the power of the everlasting curse to shatter the final inheritance ball of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness in his consciousness. Boom! Indeed, the ghastly green ball of light formed by the everlasting curse collided against the inheritance ball of light. The dragon phoenix essence spirit was nervous as it watched everything intently, waiting for the final outcome. Buzz! Buzz! The two balls of light collided and as though they were agitated, divine lights burst forth and pierced the ghastly green ball of light. In the blink of an eye, the ball of light from the everlasting curse was riddled with holes and green smoke billowed. The two powers collided and the everlasting curse was completely crushed. The dragon phoenix essence spirit was dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, the ball of light from the everlasting curse was completely refined, leaving only green smoke that floated in his consciousness and disappeared before long. As for the inheritance ball of light, it showed no signs of shattering and returned to normal. Although the everlasting curse was almost perfectly resolved by the ball of light, a hint of disappointment flashed through the dragon phoenix true body's eyes. To think that it did not manage to succeed. The dragon phoenix true body frowned slightly and thought to himself, could it be that this ball of light will only shatter and leave behind its inheritance after I attempt tribulation transcendence? That thought flashed through his mind and the dragon phoenix true body did not think too much about it. You might have her reasons for leaving such an arrangement. There was no need to force things and let nature take its course. When the dragon phoenix true body regained consciousness, his eyes could not help but reveal a look of disappointment. However, the Hell Witch Emperor was already stunned. The Hell Witch Emperor widened his eyes and looked at the dragon phoenix true body in disbelief. His everlasting curse was released but it could not kill the dragon phoenix essence spirit. The Hell Witch Emperor could not sense everything that happened in the consciousness. He could not understand how the dragon phoenix true body could dispel his everlasting curse after merely comprehending a single six-tusk divine strength. What stunned him the most was that the dragon phoenix true body was actually disappointed after surviving his supreme divine power. The Blood Emperor and Shadowless Emperor relaxed slightly when they sensed the everlasting curse released by the Hell Witch Emperor and thought that the Dragon Phoenix true body would definitely die. However, the Dragon Phoenix true body had already woken up. "You guys, be careful." The Hell Witch Emperor suddenly shrieked. In a flash, the Dragon Phoenix true body arrived before the Blood Emperor and grabbed his Bloodvine stem. The essence spirit of the Bloodvine race was hidden in the Bloodvine stem. At the same time, the Dragon Phoenix true body channeled his essence spirit and condensed a grey saber in one of his Dragon Phoenix claws, slashing towards the Shadowless Emperor not far away. The greater divine power, time is like a saber. The Blood Emperor's reaction was extremely fast as he waved many blood vines and coiled towards the Dragon Phoenix true body, tearing a large piece of it apart. Taking advantage of that delay, the Blood Emperor channeled his essence spirit and condensed a supreme divine power. Hell Blood Shield. A gigantic blood shield formed above the Blood Emperor's head like a mirror. The surface of the mirror shimmered with a strange glow. Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. The Dragon Phoenix true body's heart skipped a beat. The Blood Emperor had also cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. At that moment, the Dragon Phoenix true body finally confirmed something. The sudden rise of the Blood Emperor, Shadowless Emperor, and Thousand Eye Emperor was definitely not a coincidence. Even the emperors of the primordial races had the blood face backing them. Boom! The sharp claws of the Dragon Phoenix true body collided heavily against the Hell Blood Shield and let out a loud bang, causing endless blood to splash everywhere. Although it was still the same Hell Blood Shield, the defense of the Blood Emperor's blood shield was way too strong. It was not something that the Emperor and the others could compare with. Even after he channeled the six-tusk divine strength, the Dragon Phoenix true body could not puncture the blood shield. The Dragon Phoenix true body soared into the air and the surface of the blood shield returned to normal. Suddenly, a ripple appeared on the surface of the blood shield and a strange blood face appeared, grinning sinisterly at the Dragon Phoenix true body. Pest! A chill ran down the spine of the Dragon Phoenix true body and his hairs stood on end. By the time he focused his gaze, the surface of the blood shield had returned to normal and the blood face had already vanished, as though everything earlier on was a hallucination of the Dragon Phoenix true body. On the other side, the Shadowless Emperor could not help but smirk coldly when he saw a grey saber slashing down at him. To him, it was merely a greater divine power. Although the aura released by the grey saber was strange, greater divine powers posed no threat to him. He could crush it with a single swipe. Seems like the taboo Dragon Phoenix is at his limit. The Shadowless Emperor sneered with a mocking expression and reached out to grab the grey saber. The Hell Witch Emperor's attention was on the Blood Emperor earlier on. The Hell Blood Shield conjured by the Blood Emperor gave him an inexplicable sense of trepidation as well. However, he could not think of anything within a short period of time. When the Hell Witch Emperor retracted his gaze and glanced sideways, he saw the Shadowless Emperor grabbing the grey saber barehanded. The Shadowless Emperor had never been to the 10,000 race meet and did not know what that grey saber was. However, the Hell Witch Emperor had witnessed how terrifying that grey saber was personally. That was the power of time. 1,000 years ago, at the 10,000 race meet, even the Heavenly God Emperor could not defend against the power of the time saber. A single slash was 30,000 years of lifespan. Don't touch that saber. The Hell Witch Emperor reminded hurriedly. It's just a greater divine power, what's the big deal? The Shadowless Emperor replied indifferently and his palm had already landed on the grey saber. Chapter 1719, 5 Yin Fiend Ghost's Curse. Chapter 1719, 5 Yin Fiend Ghost's Curse. Crack. Reaching out, the Shadowless Emperor crushed the grey saber and his palm was fine. The Shadowless Emperor sneered internally and glanced askance at the Hell Witch Emperor, saying proudly, it's just a greater divine power. There's nothing to be alarmed about. Hell Witch, you. Suddenly, he could not continue. As though he sensed something, the Shadowless Emperor's expression changed starkly. How could that be? Initially, the Shadowless Emperor had a lifespan of 50,000 years. However, in that short period of time, he only had 20,000 years left. For emperors, 20,000 years of lifespan was already the beginning of their descent from their peak. In the blink of an eye, the shadowless emperor looked much older. In fact, there were even faint wrinkles at the corner of his eyes, and there were a few strands of white hair in his black hair that were extremely striking. The shadowless emperor channeled his blood chi wildly and even conjured a supreme divine power that surged within his body, wanting to reverse the situation. However, no matter what he did, his lifespan showed no signs of recovering. An entire 30,000 years of lifespan had vanished just like that. That's the power of time. The Hell Witch Emperor had a grim expression and said in a deep voice, "A single slash can sever 30,000 years of lifespan. It's irreversible and impossible to recover." The shadowless emperor's expression turned extremely terrible. He had not expected that a greater divine power would cause him so much damage. Right then, the dragon phoenix true body channeled his essence spirit and a grey fog condensed in his palms. It surged and changed, forming another grey saber. The time saber appeared once more and slashed towards the shadowless emperor. The shadowless emperor only had 20,000 years of lifespan left. If he was struck again, he would exhaust his lifespan and die. If they could kill a top emperor, the pressure on the dragon phoenix true body and night spirit would be greatly reduced. Don't use dharmic treasures to defend, use divine powers to defend. The Hell Witch Emperor reminded hurriedly. Time was incorporeal and was the most difficult to comprehend. Dharmic treasures could not defend against it, and only divine powers could. Under normal circumstances, given the shadowless emperor's cultivation realm, he would be able to defend against the time saber as long as he released a greater divine power. However, the shadowless emperor did not dare to be careless and summoned his innate divine power, hurricane wings. The shadowless emperor had already cultivated that innate divine power to the level of a supreme divine power. Swoosh! He spread his wings and spun continuously. The edges of his wings were extremely sharp and a storm surrounded his body, forming a gigantic sharp disc that charged towards the time saber. Boom! There was a loud bang. The time saber shattered and dissipated on the spot. Although the power of time was terrifying, it was only a greater divine power after all and could not withstand the impact of a supreme divine power. Back at the 10,000 race meet, the heavenly god emperor released his innate divine power, the divine blood hoop, as well. Not only did he shatter the time saber with ease, he even nearly injured the dragon phoenix true body severely. Thankfully, the Chen dragon emperor intervened in time and defended against the divine blood hoop. Now that the time saber was shattered, the sharp disc formed by the hurricane wings merely paused for a moment before slashing towards the dragon phoenix true body once more. At the same time, the Hell Witch Emperor and Blood Emperor attacked at the same time. Without hesitation, the two top emperors released their supreme divine powers. Endless blood sea. The thousands of blood vines of the Blood Emperor spewed out endless blood that fused with his divine powers, forming an endless sea of blood that devoured towards the dragon phoenix true body. 5 Yin Fiend Ghost's Curse. The Hell Witch Emperor waved the bone staff in his hands and dark green curse power surged. In midair, 5 menacing skulls were formed and charged towards the dragon phoenix true body. Hurricane Wings was the first to descend. Suddenly, a cold saber flew out from the glabella of the dragon phoenix true body. The blade was snow-white and dragon bones could be vaguely seen within. Dragon Soul Saber. Now that the dragon phoenix true body had entered the Mahayana realm, the saber had already returned to its original dharmic treasure level. Clang! The saber trembled, and with a series of dragon roars, endless saber chi burst forth, forming a divine dragon that circled around the dragon soul saber. Sea Calming. The dragon phoenix true body controlled the dragon soul saber and channeled his blood chi, releasing Sea Calming as he slashed towards the incoming sharp disc. Boom! There was a loud bang. The sharp disc froze in midair and dissipated, revealing the massive figure of the shadowless emperor. However, the dragon soul saber was repelled by a powerful force as well. The dragon phoenix claw was drenched in blood from the shock. That slash contained the greater divine power of the body immobilization technique. Coupled with the power of the dragon phoenix true body's body, blood chi, and even the power of the time saber, he finally managed to defend against the power of the hurricane wing. The more supreme divine powers comprehended by emperors, the stronger their essence spirits and the stronger the supreme divine powers released. Although he blocked the hurricane wings, the danger of the Dragon Phoenix true body was not resolved. To be precise, the Dragon Phoenix true body had already fallen into an unprecedented danger. The two supreme divine powers of the Blood Emperor and Hell Witch Emperor had already descended. Swoosh! The endless blood sea blanketed the skies and drowned the Dragon Phoenix true body. Not only did the blood sea contain powerful divine powers, it was also filled with endless filth and evil. If ordinary emperors were devoured by the blood sea, they would turn into pus and blood in less than 3 breaths and fuse into the blood sea. The battle between the emperors intensified. The storyteller, Longran and the others could not help but feel their hearts clench when they saw the Dragon Phoenix true body devoured by the blood sea. If the Dragon Phoenix true body died, even the taboo divine who would definitely not be able to defend against the attacks of the 5 top emperors. At that time, the Green Lotus true body and the emperors of the human race would all die here, none of them would be spared. Swoosh! Right then, a gigantic figure broke through the surface of the blood sea and burned with raging flames. It was the Dragon Phoenix true body. However, the flames on the Dragon Phoenix true body were also weakening. The Dragon Phoenix flames was the innate divine power of the Dragon Phoenix. However, he had yet to cultivate that divine power to the supreme level. If not for the fact that the Dragon Phoenix flames countered filth and evil, the Dragon Phoenix true body would have died in the blood sea as well. Let's see how much longer you can last. The Blood Emperor had a ruthless expression as he grit his teeth and channeled his essence spirit wildly. A massive wave surged from the blood sea and devoured the Dragon Phoenix true body once more. Splash! Splash! The two powers of the blood sea and the Dragon Phoenix flames clashed repeatedly with an ear-piercing sound. Only, the Dragon Phoenix flames were getting weaker. However, the blood sea was endless. Oh! Oh! Right then, the sound of ghosts wailing could be heard. 5 dark green skulls howled over like 5 malevolent ghosts and fiends, landing on the Dragon Phoenix true body instantly. Crack! Crack! As though they had gone mad, the skulls opened their mouths and chomped down on the flesh of the Dragon Phoenix true body. Under normal circumstances, the Dragon Phoenix true body had the Dragon Phoenix flames and scales to protect him and his defense was strong. However, at that moment, his Dragon Phoenix flames and scales were mostly exhausted by the blood sea. The 5 skulls were also condensed from a supreme divine power and bit wildly. They tore off 5 pieces of flesh with scales from the Dragon Phoenix true body and devoured them in huge mouthfuls. Chapter 1720 End of the Rope. Chapter 1720 End of the Rope. The Dragon Phoenix true body shuddered. When the 5 pieces of flesh were torn off by the 5 yin fiend ghosts, he could clearly sense that his blood chi and life force had decreased slightly. Suddenly, the Dragon Phoenix true body's expression changed as though he sensed something. Something was not right. His lifespan was decreasing. The bite of the 5 yin fiend ghosts would not only devour the blood chi and life force of the Dragon Phoenix true body, but also his lifespan. Of course, that devouring speed was far less terrifying than the time saber. A single bite from a yin fiend skeleton could only devour about 1,000 years of the Dragon Phoenix true body's lifespan. The speed of lifespan deterioration seemed slow. However, if the 5 yin fiend skeletons bit at the same time, it would mean that the Dragon Phoenix true body would lose 5,000 years of lifespan instantly. What was even more frightening was that the 5 yin fiend skeletons clung onto the Dragon Phoenix the entire time and could not be shaken off. Although the Dragon Phoenix true body had a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years, he could not defend against such expenditure. Hee. The Hell Witch Emperor sneered with a dark green gaze. Desolate Marshal, do you think that you're the only one who knows divine powers and secret skills that can reduce one's lifespan? Sheeing. Before the Hell Witch Emperor could finish his sentence, the 5 yin fiend skeletons opened their mouths once more and tore off a large piece of flesh from the Dragon Phoenix. In less than 2 breaths, the lifespan of the Dragon Phoenix true body was reduced by 10,000 years. Ever since he comprehended Baron, the Dragon Phoenix true body had killed many strong foes with this powerful trump card. His time saber had even killed emperors before. However, he had never felt such a strong sense of time passing from himself. In less than 2 breaths, His lifespan of 10,000 years was gone. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. It made one feel powerless and crazy. The dragon phoenix true body did not dare to delay and channeled his blood chi with all his might. Boom! A loud bang sounded from his body. One after another, incomparably strong demon kings descended. Their claws were sharp and lifelike as they roared into the skies with a tremendous might. His bloodline phenomenon burst forth and the 5 yin fiend skeletons were repelled instantly. Shatter! The Blood Emperor channeled the blood sea and created raging tides that struck the 11 demon kings around the dragon phoenix true body continuously. Boom! 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 A loud bang sounded as the 11 demon kings fought against the blood sea. The Blood Emperor's countless blood vines stabbed into the ground and circulated the blood refinement fiend sutra, refining the spilled bloodlines wildly and gathering them in the blood sea. Not only did the power of the blood sea not weaken, it became stronger instead. Even the 11 demon kings could not defend against it and their lights dimmed as cracks appeared on their bodies. Before long, the 11 demon kings would be devoured by the blood sea. Condense. The dragon phoenix true body channeled his essence spirit and hollered. Under his will, the 11 demon kings dissipated and turned into thick demonic chi that surged above his head. In the blink of an eye, a butterfly the size of 10 feet appeared from the surging demonic chi. The butterfly spread its blood-colored wings with 2 bright moons imprinted on them, looking at the emperors present like a pair of eyes. Compared to the previous 11 demon kings, the blood-colored butterfly was way too inferior in terms of size. However, the moment the blood butterfly appeared, the initially turbulent blood sea calmed down. The endless blood sea seemed to be frozen by an invisible force. It froze and did not move at all. In fact, there were no ripples on the surface of the sea. The Blood Emperor was not surprised when he saw that. He had long heard that a blood-colored butterfly would eventually appear in Desolate Marshall's bloodline phenomenon and was extremely powerful. The Blood Emperor's glabella shone and a scarlet blood gourd appeared. That was his destiny dharmic treasure. The Blood Emperor bit his tongue gently and spat out a stream of essence blood onto the blood gourd. The blood gourd shuddered and shone with a scarlet light. Go! The Blood Emperor hollered and threw the blood gourd into midair, arriving above the head of the dragon phoenix true body. The mouth of the gourd was facing down towards the blood-colored butterfly. Absorb! He controlled the blood gourd and an extremely terrifying suction force burst forth from its mouth. The power of divine powers descended and pulled the blood-colored butterfly into the blood gourd. Hee. When he saw that, the Blood Emperor grinned. I've long prepared methods to deal with your blood butterfly. I don't care if you're a bloodline phenomenon, divine beast, or fiend demon. Once you enter my blood gourd, you'll turn into blood in less than 3 breaths. The moment he said that, the Blood Emperor seemed to have sensed something and his expression changed when he looked at the blood gourd in his palm. He threw out the blood gourd in his hands and his essence spirit transformed into a blood beam. He had actually abandoned his body and fled far away. The moment he did that, the blood gourd exploded in midair with an extremely terrifying power. The Blood Emperor's bloodvine body was swept into a blood mist by the power and was completely destroyed. If the Blood Emperor's essence spirit had not escaped in time, he would have died within. The Hell Witch Emperor's pupils constricted slightly and he was secretly alarmed. Even he had not expected that blood butterfly to be so terrifying that even the Blood Emperor's destiny dharmic treasure could not trap it. Of course, after the blood gourd exploded, the blood butterfly dissipated as well. A look of surprise flashed through the eyes of the dragon phoenix true body. He was still a little off. These top emperors were experienced in combat and had an unparalleled sensitivity towards life and death. Coupled with their many trump cards, they were extremely difficult to kill. Desolate Marshall, you destroyed my destiny dharmic treasure. I'm going to drink your blood and eat your flesh. The Blood Emperor channeled blood rebirth and reconstructed his body. With a pale expression, he roared. Although he managed to survive, the destruction of his destiny dharmic treasure still caused him considerable injuries. The Blood Emperor waved his blood vines and took root on the ground, channeling the blood refinement fiend sutra once more to refine his bloodline and heal his injuries. At the same time, the Blood Emperor channeled the endless blood sea and launched his final attack on the dragon phoenix true body. Your bloodline phenomenon is already gone. Let's see how you defend against it. The Blood Emperor had a cold expression and his eyes shone with a murderous glint. Desolate Marshal, your taboo body must die today. On the other side, the Shadowless Emperor said slowly with a cold expression. He could also tell that the Dragon Phoenix true body was at the end of his rope and could not hold on any longer. Without holding back, the Shadowless Emperor conjured a supreme divine power. Phantom slash. The Shadowless Emperor hollered softly. Suddenly, dozens of Shadowless Emperors appeared around the Dragon Phoenix true body. They wielded two sabers and it was difficult to tell if they were real or fake. Every single one of them emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Back at the 10,000 race meet, the malevolent Wind Rakshasa Emperor released this supreme divine power against the Eternal Human Emperor. However, it was easily resolved by the Eternal Human Emperor and he was killed instead. The Shadowless Emperor was not worried at all. After all, the taboo Dragon Phoenix had yet to grow to its peak and was far inferior to the Eternal Human Emperor. Notwithstanding whether the Dragon Phoenix could tell where his true body was. Even if he could tell, the taboo Dragon Phoenix could not defend against his slash. The supreme divine power, Phantom Slash, contained two killing moves. Phantoms could bewitch opponents. The final slash was even more lethal. Chapter 1721, Hanging by a Thread. Chapter 1721, Hanging by a Thread. The Shadowless Emperor was not wrong, the Dragon Phoenix true body could no longer hold on. This battle was equivalent to the Dragon Phoenix true body facing 3 top emperors alone. Even Night Spirit could only fight against 2 top emperors. Right now, the Blood Emperor, Shadowless Emperor, and Hell Witch Emperor released their supreme divine powers and trump cards. The reason why the Dragon Phoenix true body could last till now was because of his taboo bloodline and his powerful physique that cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness all year round. After all, the Dragon Phoenix true body had only comprehended a single supreme divine power. He was still weaker in terms of strength. At that moment, it was extremely difficult for the Dragon Phoenix true body to defend against the corrosive power of the endless blood sea. He could not defend against the Phantom Slash released by the Shadowless Emperor at all. First, Night Spirit was fighting against the Golden Crow Fire Emperor and Thousand Eye Emperor, but he was paying attention to the commotion. Sensing the danger the Dragon Phoenix true body was in, he was anxious and wanted to break free from the entanglement of the Golden Crow Fire Emperor and Thousand Eye Emperor to support the Dragon Phoenix true body. However, Night Spirit merely moved slightly and the Golden Crow Fire Emperor and Thousand Eye Emperor sensed it. Trying to leave? The Thousand Eye Emperor sneered, "It's not that easy." Petrification. Without hesitation, the Thousand Eye Emperor released his supreme divine power, Petrification Eye. The heavenly eye on his glabella opened and released a grey beam of light that enveloped Night Spirit. Kill. Night Spirit turned his head and a dark beam of light gathered in his eyes, prepared to charge towards the Petrification Eye. It was the Nether Glow Eye. The Nether Glow stone that Su Zimo obtained contained the inheritance of that visual technique. However, for Night Spirit who possessed the bloodline of the divine he did not need the Nether Glow stone at all, the visual technique was in his memories. Spirit Slaying Curse. Suddenly, the voice of the Hell Witch Emperor sounded. He had used an Essence Spirit secret skill. This time round, the Hell Witch Emperor did not attack the Dragon Phoenix true body, the Essence Spirit secret skill was targeted at Night Spirit. When the Hell Witch Emperor's everlasting curse failed to kill the Dragon Phoenix true body, he vaguely guessed that there might be a treasure in the consciousness of the Dragon Phoenix true body. Therefore, the Hell Witch Emperor no longer tried to release an Essence Spirit secret skill on the Dragon Phoenix true body. This time round, the Hell Witch Emperor attacked Night Spirit without any warning. Furthermore, it was the most treacherous Essence Spirit secret skill. Suddenly, a dark green storm appeared in Night Spirit's consciousness and swept towards his Essence Spirit. The power of the Spirit Slaying Curse would descend directly into one's consciousness and it was impossible to defend against. Night Spirit did not dare to be careless and channeled his Essence Spirit secret skill hurriedly to defend. In his consciousness, a purple-gold light pierced the dark green storm. The two Essence Spirit secret skills clash. The spirit-slaying curse dissipated. Night Spirit's expression changed as he grunted and swayed. Although he blocked the spirit-slaying curse, his essence spirit still suffered some impact. His nether glow eye dissipated before it was completely formed. At the same time, the petrification eye descended. Crack, crack, crack. Instantly, Night Spirit's body was covered by a layer of grayish-white rocks. Not only did his flesh turn into stone, even his bloodline gradually stopped and showed signs of petrification. Night Spirit's body trembled as he channeled his blood chi wildly to defend against the power of petrification and endured immense pain. This was a supreme divine power after all. It was almost impossible for Night Spirit to withstand it completely. Roar. Raising his head, Night Spirit let out a deep roar of pain. His throat was almost petrified and his roar became extremely hoarse. Petrification did not merely mean motionless. If Night Spirit's flesh was petrified, his body would be completely destroyed and all his life force would turn into dull rock. Even if his essence spirit could escape, he would not have a bloodline that could reconstruct his body. Night Spirit growled once more and channeled some unknown secret skill, causing purple gold flames to burst forth from his body. The purple gold flames began to burn the petrification power in his body. Night Spirit's bloodline started circulating once more. The Hell Witch Emperor focused his gaze and murmured, "He's truly going all out. This is a secret skill that burns his lifespan." Boom. Finally, Night Spirit broke free from the restraints of the petrification eye completely. However, he was clearly much weaker. That secret skill consumed a large amount of his lifespan. Night Spirit broke free from the petrification eye and wanted to charge towards the Dragon Phoenix true body without hesitation. He was not completely out of danger yet, but he was still thinking about Suzimo. Right then, a gigantic blazing sun descended and struck Night Spirit heavily. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor had already attacked the moment Night Spirit was trapped by the petrification eye. It was a supreme divine power, Golden Crow Blaze. After releasing that supreme divine power, the Golden Crow Fire Emperor transformed into a blazing sun that emitted a scorching power that incinerated everything in its path. Bang! Night Spirit had to burn his lifespan to break free from the restraints of the petrification eye and was sent flying by the blazing sun before he could defend. Before he even touched the ground, the scales on his body already fell off consecutively. Night Spirit's eyes dimmed as he spat out huge mouthfuls of blood. Without the protection of his scales, his body was burned and cracked. The moment blood flowed out, it was incinerated by the power of the Golden Crow Blaze. Before Night Spirit could help the Dragon Phoenix true body, he was severely injured and was in danger, his life hanging by a thread. Night Spirit. On the other side, Suzimo was anxious when he saw that as well. However, even with 3 heads, 6 arms and everlasting vitality, he could only barely ensure his survival against the 9 emperors of the primordial races. He could not break through the obstruction of the emperor. The moment Suzimo was distracted, the 9 emperors of the primordial races seized the opportunity and released their supreme divine powers one after another, forming torrential attacks that descended. Suzimo's expression turned grim. He did not even know if he could survive such a ferocious attack, let alone help the Dragon Phoenix true body and Night Spirit. Ah! Suzimo reared his head and roared into the skies, channeling his blood chi to its limits. A creation green lotus condensed behind him and a resplendent glow spread, illuminating the mountains and rivers. TSK. 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 A series of heaven-slaying sword chi burst forth from Suzimo's body. The 108,000 sword chi were blinding and white. Suzimo waved his 3 heads and 6 arms and chanted Sanskrit continuously. He waved 6 dharmic treasures and clashed against 9 supreme divine powers. The 9 supreme divine powers descended and collided with the 108,000 heaven-slaying sword chi first. However, silently, the heaven-slaying sword chi was devoured by the power of the 9 supreme divine powers. The difference was too great. Although the heaven-slaying sword art was indeed powerful, Suzimo had only cultivated it to the realm of a greater divine power. Yet, they were facing 9 supreme divine powers. Boom! After devouring the 108,000 heaven-slaying sword chi, the 9 supreme divine powers collided against the bloodline phenomenon, the creation green lotus, with a loud bang. The void trembled and the weather changed. After a momentary stalemate, the creation green lotus shattered inch by inch and dissipated into the world. Chapter 1722, Collapse of the Situation. Chapter 1722, Collapse of the Situation. Although the power of the 9 supreme divine powers was diminished significantly after colliding against the bloodline phenomenon, the creation green lotus, they could still take form and suppress forth. The green lotus true body was also in immense danger. He no longer had any methods that could take on the 9 supreme divine powers head-on. Suzimo waved his 6 arms and channeled his blood chi to its limits. 6 dharmic treasures shone brightly in his palm. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening bang shook the world. A blood mist burst forth from Suzimo's body. In his palm, a saber dharmic treasure was snapped by a supreme divine power. The tremendous power exploded his arm into a blood mist. Immediately after, his other arm exploded as well. Poof, poof, poof. Fresh blood gushed out. In the blink of an eye, Suzimo's 2 heads and 4 arms were ruptured by the supreme divine powers that blanketed the skies. Even 4 dharmic treasures were crippled. Right now, Suzimo only had the human emperor's seal and creation lotus platform left. His 3 heads 6 arms was destroyed by the 9 supreme divine powers. Of the 9 supreme divine powers, there were 3 left. Taking a deep breath of air, Suzimo took out a long scroll from his robes and opened it, revealing words filled with blood. The Human Emperor's Dharmic Edict. The power of the Human Emperor's Dharmic Edict was almost depleted. However, this Dharmic Edict was written personally by the Human Emperor using the Human Emperor's brush that was stained with the blood of emperors and still possessed some powerful might. Suzimo spread the Human Emperor's Dharmic Edict and enveloped himself. The moment he did that, the remaining 3 supreme divine powers descended. Boom. The void seemed to have stopped. Immediately after, a faint sound of cracking could be heard from midair. Cracks appeared on the Human Emperor's Dharmic Edict. Thereafter, the Human Emperor's Dharmic Edict shattered into pieces that scattered like snowflakes. The final thing left behind by the Human Emperor for Suzimo was also shattered by the 9 emperors of the primordial races in this battle. Even with the protection of the Human Emperor's Dharmic Edict, Suzimo's green lotus true body suffered a huge blow. Bang! Like a meteor, Suzimo smashed heavily onto the ground, creating a huge pit. Suzimo struggled and stood up from the pit. He felt his tendons and bones about to split and the pain was unbearable. The green lotus true body was severely injured. At that moment, he could still circulate everlasting vitality. However, the power released by everlasting vitality was no longer as strong as before and its effect was greatly reduced. The speed of the green lotus true body's healing was also much slower. If Suzimo was given 2 to 4 hours, he might be able to recover to his peak. However, the 9 emperors of the primordial races had already closed in once more. The 9 emperors of the primordial races would not even give him a single breath, let alone 4 hours. The green lotus true body panted heavily. With every breath, there was a strong blood stench in his nose and mouth. He no longer had any trump cards. He could not defend against the attacks of the 9 emperors of the primordial races with his damaged green lotus true body and the human emperor's seal and creation lotus platform alone. Of course, the only secret skill he could release right now was the Kacharadi Dao fire. However, the might of the Kacharadi Dao fire could only be considered as a greater divine power at most. Even if it was released, it would not affect anything. A hint of sadness flashed through Suzimo's eyes. The green lotus true body was in a desperate situation as well. However, he still could not sense anything from the martial Dao prime body. Boom! Right then, another loud bang sounded not far away. It was the supreme divine power released by the shadowless emperor, Phantom Slash. For the dragon phoenix true body, it was not difficult to distinguish which was the shadowless emperor's true body among the dozens of figures. Although the dragon phoenix true body was already at the end of his rope, His spirit perception was still present after cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness all year round. Almost instinctively, the dragon phoenix true body locked onto the shadowless emperor's true body. However, the dragon phoenix true body fell into the endless blood sea and the dragon phoenix flames on his body were almost extinguished. His blood chi was weak and he could not defend against that supreme divine power at all. The phantom slash condensed a cold beam that slashed towards the glabella of the dragon phoenix true body. Suddenly, a small tripod the size of a thumb flew out from the glabella of the dragon phoenix true body and expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a 5 feet tall bronze square tripod with 4 legs appeared. It had an ancient aura and defined edges. The bronze square tripod clearly seemed useless. It was filled with cracks and did not have any dharmic powers or divine powers surrounding it. Although the bronze square tripod could be considered as the destiny dharmic weapon of the dragon phoenix true body, in reality, he had not been able to refine it successfully. Therefore, even in battles all these years, the dragon phoenix true body rarely used the bronze square tripod. Even if he summoned it, he could not use the bronze square tripod to release any dharmic arts or divine powers. At most, he would smash people with the tripod. Be it with dharmic powers or divine powers, it was difficult to refine the bronze square tripod. All these years, the dragon phoenix true body had searched for countless treasures to try and repair the bronze square tripod. However, all of them ended in failure. No matter what methods the dragon phoenix true body used, he could not refine the bronze square tripod, let alone fuse with those universal treasures. There was no way he could smelt and repair it. The origin of the bronze square tripod was a mystery. Even the Chen Dragon Emperor, who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years in Tianhuang mainland, could not tell the background of that tripod. Now that his life was hanging by a thread, the dragon phoenix true body could only summon the bronze square tripod and attempt to defend against the phantom slash. Fufu, desolate marshal, you're at your wit's end to be reduced to such a state. The shadowless emperor sneered. Notwithstanding the fact that the bronze square tripod was filled with cracks and was a useless item, even a truly powerful dharmic treasure could not defend against the power of a supreme divine power completely. How dare you take out such scrap metal? Watch me break it with a single strike. The shadowless emperor hollered and the phantom slash struck the bronze square tripod heavily. Clang. The sound of metal clashing was extremely ear-piercing. The surrounding Hell Witch Emperor, Blood Emperor, and even Shadowless Emperor frowned and gasped. The Shadowless Emperor shuddered and retreated a few steps in midair with a changed expression. When his supreme divine power struck the bronze square tripod that was filled with cracks, it was completely dissipated without any killing power landing on the dragon phoenix true body. Of course, the bronze square tripod was sent flying as well and fell into the blood sea in silence. The blood sea surged and even drowned the dragon phoenix true body, extinguishing the dragon phoenix flames. However, there was no blood around the bronze square tripod. When the blood sea surged around the tripod, it dispersed automatically, forming a vacuum. This is a treasure. Almost at the same time, the eyes of the Hell Witch Emperor, Blood Emperor, and Shadowless Emperor lit up. Let's kill the taboo dragon phoenix first. The Hell Witch Emperor reminded. The Blood Emperor and Shadowless Emperor understood what was more important and composed themselves before charging towards the dragon phoenix true body once more. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo's 2 true bodies and Night Spirit were in a hopeless situation. The situation had collapsed. Chapter 1723, Comprehending Divine Powers. Chapter 1723, Comprehending Divine Powers. Within the endless blood sea, the dragon phoenix true body fell into it and could barely defend against the Shadowless Emperor's attack. He could not escape at all. However, the longer he stayed in the blood sea, the deeper the influence on the dragon phoenix true body by the filthy power of the blood sea. Initially, his body burned with the dragon phoenix flames. But now, the dragon phoenix flames were completely extinguished. The Blood Emperor channeled the endless blood sea while refining the bloodlines on the battlefield, causing the power of the blood sea to increase. Not only did the filthy and evil power of the blood sea extinguish the dragon phoenix flames, it even began to infect the dragon phoenix scales and seep into his bloodline. The blood chi of the dragon phoenix true body intensified. In melee combat, he could no longer defend against the shadowless emperor's attacks, and more wounds appeared on his body. What was even more serious was that the Hell Witch Emperor's 5 yin fiend ghosts stuck to him the entire time and gnawed at his flesh and life force. The dragon phoenix true body was already at his limits dealing with the shadowless emperor in the endless blood sea and could not break free from the 5 yin fiend ghosts. The 5 yin fiend ghosts did not only devour life force and flesh, but also lifespan. Unknowingly, the dragon phoenix true body had already lost 100,000 years of lifespan in that short period of time. Even though the dragon phoenix was a taboo and had a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years, it could not withstand the speed of deterioration. However, he was helpless to stop it. He had already used up all his trump cards and his defeat was certain. Not far away, Night Spirit burned his lifespan but could not escape from the pursuit of the Golden Crow Fire Emperor and Thousand Eye Emperor. Against the attacks of the two top emperors, Night Spirit's injuries worsened and his blood chi began to deteriorate. His movement technique was no longer as agile as before. It was only a matter of time before Night Spirit died as well. The situation of the Green Lotus true body was even more tragic. After being surrounded by the 9 emperors of the primordial races and losing 3 heads 6 arms, the Green Lotus true body was almost shattered and could die at any moment. Was he going to lose? If he lost this battle, he would not be the one to die. The storyteller would die. Emperors of the dragon, Kuan, and barbarian races would die. The emperors of the human race would die. At the borders of the North region, all the cultivators who fought against the 8 demon regions and primordial 6 races would not be able to escape the fate of defeat. The humans of Tianhuang mainland would either be extinguished or enslaved. He could not afford to lose. He could not lose this battle either. Even if the martial Dao Prime body came out of seclusion successfully and returned, it would be too late for regrets if he saw the human race of Tianhuang mainland destroyed. At that time, his old friends would already be dead. Without Yaoxue, Little Fatty, Lin Xuanji, Demonis Ji, and Ming Zhen, what was the point of having the martial Dao Prime body be alive all alone? Crack, crack, crack. The 5 yin fiend ghosts bit the flesh of the dragon phoenix true body continuously and devoured it in huge mouthfuls. They had excited expressions and their eyes shone with faint green lights. The dragon phoenix true body was already blooded from the bites and it was a tragic sight. He was already numb to the pain. A thought flashed through the dragon phoenix true body's mind as he sensed the deterioration of his lifespan and he suddenly fell into a mysterious state. If he could comprehend another supreme divine power, he could break out of the situation. As long as there was enough time, the dragon phoenix true body could cultivate many greater divine powers to the level of supreme divine powers. Over the years, the dragon phoenix true body had also attempted to cultivate many greater divine powers. Among them, apart from the 6-tusk divine strength, he cultivated time is like a saber the most. The dragon phoenix true body had already cultivated Baron at the void reversion realm. The essence of Baron was the power of time. Furthermore, he had obtained the inheritance of half-martial ancestor instant in the stone statue cemetery in the Dao inheritance ground that was also a power of time. Although the dragon phoenix true body had come into contact with the power of time a long time ago, it was way too mysterious and difficult to comprehend. Time passed and was everywhere. The cycle of life and death was time. The passing of spring and arrival of autumn was time. The rise and set of the sun was time. The transformation from a sea to a field was time. Time was like a saber and every single slash was pressing. Time was everywhere but difficult to capture. Although the dragon phoenix true body knew about Baron and could condense the time saber, he had not been able to advance the time saber to the level of a supreme divine power for the past 1,000 years. One of the most important reasons was because he had yet to truly experience the power of time. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had only cultivated for a few thousand years. For the taboo dragon phoenix with a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years, he was like a child after thousands of years. How could he understand the vicissitudes of life? But now, in this tragic battle, the 5 yin fiend ghost's curse of the Hell Witch Emperor made the dragon phoenix true body experience the cruelty of time deeply. Earlier on, he lost 100,000 years of lifespan. In this short period of time, he lost another 100,000 years of his lifespan after the 5 yin fiend ghosts gnawed on his flesh. 200,000 years of lifespan had already passed. This was a feeling and experience that he had never gone through before. A mysterious feeling rose in the dragon phoenix true body's heart as he entered a state of enlightenment. In that instant, he gained a new understanding and comprehension towards the power of time. All the doubts he had encountered over the past 1,000 years seemed to have been answered. Within the endless blood sea, the eyes of the dragon phoenix true body closed. Against the shadowless emperor's melee combat, he relied entirely on his spirit perception and instinct. At the same time, a mysterious energy fluctuation gradually spread from the dragon phoenix true body. It was extremely obscure and grew stronger. How dare you close your eyes? The shadowless emperor felt extremely provoked and humiliated as his attacks turned fiercer. However, the power of the dragon phoenix true body seemed to be getting stronger as well, neutralizing all his attack. What's going on? Suddenly, the blood emperor frowned and noticed something unusual. The filthy power of the blood sea could not seep into the dragon phoenix true body's body and bloodline, as though it was met with an immense resistance. The Hell Witch Emperor sensed something as well, and his expression changed. He could sense that although the 5 yin fiend ghosts were still chewing the flesh of the dragon phoenix, his lifespan was no longer decreasing. Right then, the Hell Witch Emperor felt an obscure energy fluctuation. That is. Suddenly, the Hell Witch Emperor's eyes widened and his expression changed as he exclaimed, "Supreme divine power." What? The Blood Emperor asked instinctively. Hurry and interrupt him. The Hell Witch Emperor shrieked and pointed at the dragon phoenix true body, shouting, "He's comprehending a supreme divine power. We can't let him continue comprehending." There was something else that the Hell Witch Emperor did not manage to say. Supreme divine powers varied in strength as well. Weak supreme divine powers such as sleeve universe and concealment did not pose much of a threat to them because they did not have much killing power. Powerful supreme divine powers such as the killing word art or parameter bridge of the eternal human emperor could kill emperors upon release. As for the Hell Witch Emperor, he felt shudders when he sensed that divine power aura from the dragon phoenix. He did not know what supreme divine power the dragon phoenix true body was comprehending. However, he knew that this supreme divine power was definitely not weaker than the killing word art or the parameter bridge. Chapter 1724, Fleeting Moment. Chapter 1724, Fleeting Moment. His comprehending divine powers. The Blood Emperor was alarmed. Their battle against the dragon phoenix true body had already reached such an extent after the latter merely comprehended a single supreme divine power. If he comprehended another supreme divine power, the combat strength of the dragon phoenix true body would definitely increase exponentially. The Blood Emperor did not know what that supreme divine power was. However, he knew that if the dragon phoenix true body comprehended another supreme divine power, it would be many times more difficult for the three of them to kill him. Many variables would also be added to this battle. Blood Tribute. Without hesitation, the Blood Emperor released the secret skill of the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. At the same time, countless blood vines pulled out from the ground and charged towards the dragon phoenix true body like thousands of spirit snakes and anacondas. Suddenly, the dragon phoenix true body opened his eyes and looked at the Blood Emperor with a lightning gaze. At that moment, the Blood Emperor felt his body turn cold, as though a calamity was about to descend upon him at any moment. He could even smell the aura of death. How could that be? The Blood Emperor had a menacing expression and refused to believe it. Even if the dragon phoenix true body comprehended another supreme divine power and his combat strength increased significantly, it was impossible for him to be killed directly. Right then, the dragon phoenix true body extended his dragon phoenix claw and pointed at the Blood Emperor through the endless blood sea. Fleeting moment. The moment those words were said, the world seemed to have fallen into silence. Not to mention the Blood Emperor and the other two, even the Golden Crow Fire Emperor, Thousand Eye Emperor and the other emperors in the battle turned to look with shocked expressions. Immediately after, an extremely terrifying power descended on the Blood Emperor. You. The Blood Emperor only had time to say a single word before he went silent. Right in front of the Emperors, the Blood Emperor's blood chi deteriorated and thousands of blood vines withered, turning yellow. The Blood Emperor's true form shriveled and had already shrunk countless times. He was like an ordinary vine that was withered and yellow as he sprawled on the ground motionlessly without any signs of life. The Emperors were horrified and their eyes were filled with endless shock and fear. Although the Hell Witch Emperor and Shadowless Emperor were not far from the Blood Emperor, they did not attack. It was already too late. Instantly, the Blood Emperor's lifespan was exhausted and he died. The Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, divine powers, secret skills, and blood rebirth were all useless. A top emperor who comprehended 4 supreme divine powers and possessed combat strength equivalent to emperors of the human race who comprehended 6 supreme divine powers died just like that in front of the other emperors with his lifespan exhausted instantly. In fact, there was a strange pause in the battlefield above the Dragon Bone Valley. At that moment, many emperors who were fighting stopped. Initially, the Blood Emperor was an ordinary emperor who had only comprehended 2 supreme divine powers. The Blood Emperor had only suddenly risen in the past 1,000 years. In other words, the Blood Emperor was young with an age less than 20,000 years old. The lifespan of an emperor of the Blood Vine race was similar to an emperor of the human race. This meant that the Blood Emperor had at least 80,000 more years to live. However, in that instant, the 80,000 years of lifespan turned into nothingness and vanish. The Blood Emperor did not even have the chance to resist or even react before he died. Fleeting moment. This was a divine power that was even more terrifying and domineering than the Time Saber. A supreme divine power. Although the Blood Emperor was dead, the Hell Witch Emperor, Shadowless Emperor, and the others felt a chill. If that fleeting moment had descended above their heads earlier on, there was a high chance that one of them would have died. With the death of the Blood Emperor, the endless blood sea that trapped the Dragon Phoenix true body naturally dissipated gradually. An extremely massive power surged within the Dragon Phoenix true body and washed through his bloodline, body, and even essence spirit continuously. His body was being tempered by the power of the second supreme divine power he comprehended. The aura of the Dragon Phoenix true body rose continuously and became stronger, as though there was no end to it. His wounds were healing at a visible speed as well. Initially, the blood chi of the Dragon Phoenix true body was already weak. However, under the baptism of the supreme divine power, his blood chi surged and a powerful life force burst forth from his body once more. Bang! 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 The 5 yin fiend ghosts who were initially sprawled on the Dragon Phoenix true body were shattered by the supreme divine power released by the Dragon Phoenix true body. That woke the Hell Witch Emperor up completely as well. Don't just stand there. Hurry and get rid of the Divine Who and the Green Lotus true body. The Hell Witch Emperor hurriedly commanded the emperors of the primordial races around him and shouted, "I can still defend against this Dragon Phoenix for a while if I join forces with Shadowless." Many emperors reacted one after another. The battle between emperors broke out once more. At that moment, only the Hell Witch Emperor and Shadowless Emperor were left opposite the Dragon Phoenix true body. The Shadowless Emperor looked at the Dragon Phoenix true body with a wary gaze. "Shadowless, don't worry," the Hell Witch Emperor said in a deep voice. "Although that supreme divine power is terrifying, it's impossible for him to release a second one in a short period of time." The Shadowless Emperor took a deep breath and calmed down as well. The Hell Witch Emperor continued, "We just have to hold him back and wait for the Golden Crow Fire Emperor and Thousand Eye Emperor to deal with the Divine Who and for the Green Lotus true body to die." At that time, with so many emperors joining forces, no matter how strong this Dragon Phoenix is, he'll have to die here. Ha 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 ha. The Dragon Phoenix roared in laughter and raging flames reignited around his body. With a torrential aura, he shouted, "Hell Witch, Shadowless, the two of you think that you can hold me back? Die." The 2 pairs of wings behind the Dragon Phoenix true body flapped and crossed layers of space, descending in front of the Shadowless Emperor. He reached out with his gigantic, menacing Dragon Phoenix claw and grabbed the top of the Shadowless Emperor's head. Hell Blood Shield. The Shadowless Emperor was alarmed and did not have time to think as he channeled his essence spirit hurriedly to condense the supreme divine power of the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. A shield made of blood appeared above his head. Blood light surged on the surface of the shield and a strange blood face could vaguely be seen. The dragon phoenix true body said coldly, "How dare you come out still? Destroy." The dragon phoenix claw shone with a cold glint and the dragon phoenix flames expanded, piercing into the blood shield. The blood face was torn apart by the dragon phoenix claw instantly. Splash! Splash! The dragon phoenix flames burned blood and smoke billowed. The next moment, the hell blood shield was pierced by the dragon phoenix claw. The emperors who caught sight of that were alarmed. Even supreme divine powers could not defend against the power of the taboo dragon phoenix. Sheeing. The dragon phoenix claw descended and tore the shadowless emperor's lower body into two. Fresh blood dripped and countless organs spilled. However, the shadowless emperor had already vanished from the dragon phoenix claw. There was a supreme divine power fluctuation on the spot. Instant transference. In that moment of life and death, the shadowless emperor used a supreme divine power and teleported away, escaping from the dragon phoenix claw. If he was half a step slower earlier on, he would have died. Chapter 17:25, Blood-Boiling Spear. Chapter 17:25, Blood-Boiling Spear. In midair far away, a fluctuation appeared in space. The shadowless emperor dragged his damaged body and teleported away from the dragon phoenix claw, revealing himself. His face was pale as he hurriedly channeled blood rebirth to reconstruct his lower body. Even so, he was scared out of his wit. The taboo dragon phoenix was able to release such terrifying power after comprehending 2 supreme divine powers. Although he had comprehended 4 supreme divine powers and his combat strength was at its peak, a single supreme divine power was no longer enough to defend against the killing power of the taboo dragon phoenix. The emperors were shocked when they saw that. The blood emperor died and the shadowless emperor escaped death. As for the dragon phoenix, his combat strength increased exponentially and his aura was torrential. The situation changed instantly. The blood emperor was a top emperor. The death of the blood emperor was a huge loss for the primordial 6 races. The outcome of this battle would affect the situation between the other emperors as well. On the side of the human emperors, the storyteller, Long Ran and the others were invigorated. With the help of the Azura, Yang Beichen, although there were not enough emperors, the situation was stabilized and there was even a chance for a counterattack. On the other side, the Golden Crow Fire Emperor and Thousand Eye Emperor were initially joining forces to fight Night Spirit. However, now that the Blood Emperor was dead and the Taboo Dragon Phoenix had comprehended a second divine power, the Hell Witch Emperor and Shadowless Emperor alone were not enough to deal with the attacks of the Taboo Dragon Phoenix. "I'll help them. I'll leave this divine who to you." The Thousand Eye Emperor made a decision immediately. The Taboo Divine who was already severely injured and the Golden Crow Fire Emperor alone would be enough. That way, he could join forces with the Shadowless Emperor and Hell Witch Emperor to fight against the Taboo Dragon Phoenix. "Don't worry, leave this beast to me," the Golden Crow Fire Emperor said coldly. In a flash, the Thousand Eye Emperor arrived on the other side and joined forces with the Shadowless Emperor and Hell Witch Emperor to surround the Dragon Phoenix true body. Apocalyptic Eye. The heavenly eye on the Thousand Eye Emperor's glabella opened and it was pitch black, filled with the aura of death. At the same time, the Thousand Eye Emperor's eyes turned completely black. Of those 3 black eyes, the heavenly eye was the core while the other 2 eyes were the supports. They formed 3 gigantic black holes in midair. The 3 black holes were like 3 black suns that emanated an extremely terrifying aura as though they wanted to destroy everything. The apocalyptic eye was a supreme divine power that could only be cultivated with the bloodline of the heavenly eye race. Back at the 10,000 race meet, the Black Eye Emperor released this supreme divine power against the eternal human emperor. However, it was shattered by the supreme divine power, Parameter Bridge, and he was killed by the eternal human emperor. 3 pitch-black beams of light burst forth from the 3 black holes and converged into a single spot in midair, forming an even more terrifying pitch-black beam of light. The power released by the beam of light seemed like it wanted to destroy everything. The power of the pitch-black beam of light contained almost all the divine powers, dharmic arts, and even the blood chi of the heavenly eye race. It was extremely terrifying. The reason why it was called Apocalyptic Eye was because there were essence spirit attacks mixed in. This was no longer a simple visual technique. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura emanated from the shadowless emperor's body. Gulp. Gulp. In fact, a strange sound could be heard from within the shadowless emperor's body, like boiling water. There was naturally no water in the shadowless emperor's body. That was the sound of his bloodline boiling. Blood chi surged from the shadowless emperor and his eyes were bloodshot. He pointed at the dragon phoenix true body through the void and shouted, "Blood boiling spear." The boiling blood chi in his body rapidly formed a gigantic spear in midair that was scarlet. The spear was like an iron spear that was burned red and emitted a scorching heat. That was a supreme divine power of the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. The dragon phoenix true body sensed an extremely evil aura from the blood-boiling spear. When that supreme divine power was released, the shadowless emperor's body swayed and his face turned even paler. He was much weaker and looked dispirited. Although the blood-boiling spear was powerful, it required half of his essence blood and consumed a lot of energy. However, the shadowless emperor had no choice. If he lost this battle, he would die. Incinerating curse. At the same time, the Hell Witch Emperor channeled his essence spirit and released another supreme divine power. A single supreme divine power could no longer suppress the taboo dragon phoenix. The only chance was if the three of them joined forces. The three of them did not hold back at all. The Hell Witch Emperor would not use the incinerating curse casually. If he wanted to release that supreme divine power, he had to incinerate his essence spirit. It was a method of incinerating his opponent by condensing a witch fire through the burning of his essence spirit. The witch fire did not only burn the body, but also the bloodline and soul. A fist-sized ball of dark green flames appeared on the Hell Witch Emperor's bone staff and floated towards the dragon phoenix true body. Apocalyptic Eye, blood-boiling spear and incinerating curse descended at the same time. Roar. The dragon phoenix true body roared into the skies and his blood chi surged. The scales on his body burned with raging flames and shone with a bedazzling light. The Hell Witch Emperor and the other two frowned in pain. Even the emperors who were further away shuddered, let alone the three of them. This was a true taboo roar. The dragon phoenix true body soared into the skies and two pairs of golden and scarlet wings behind him flapped. The claws beneath his abdomen were menacing and sharp as he looked over with a burning gaze and torrential blood chi. Under the roar of the taboo bloodline, all the living beings of the 10,000 races felt a fear that came from the depths of their souls. The pitch-black beam of the apocalyptic eye descended first. The dragon phoenix true body did not dodge and channeled the divine power of six-tusk divine strength. The power in his body surged as he charged towards the pitch-black pillar of light. Many emperors were shocked when they saw that. The taboo dragon phoenix was probably the only one who could take a supreme divine power head-on with his body. Boom! There was a loud bang. The dragon phoenix true body created cracks on the pitch-black light column and it almost collapsed. Even the apocalyptic eye could not destroy the taboo. The spirit consciousness attack contained by the apocalyptic eye entered the consciousness of the dragon phoenix true body and was devoured by the blazing ball of light without a trace. The thousand-eye emperor channeled his essence spirit wildly and blood even seeped out of his three eyes as he tried his best to condense the pitch-black light beam. Right then, the blood-boiling spear descended. The dragon phoenix true body was fearless as he defended against the power of the apocalyptic eye while extending his gigantic, menacing dragon phoenix claw to grab the blood-boiling spear. Boom! The blood-boiling spear collided against the dragon phoenix claw with a loud bang. The dragon phoenix claw exerted strength and gripped the blood-boiling spear tightly. Green smoke even rose from his palm, but the dragon phoenix true body had no intention of letting go. The shadowless emperor was shocked. In fact, the blood-boiling spear was showing signs of breaking free from his control. The shadowless emperor channeled his essence spirit hurriedly as well and fought against the dragon phoenix true body for control of the blood-boiling spear through the void. On the other side, the dark green witch fire formed by the incinerating curse floated over. Chapter 1726, Pankadi Dao Fire. Chapter 1726, Pankadi Dao Fire. Although the witch fire was only the size of a fist and looked like it could be extinguished by a gust of wind, its power was extremely terrifying and could not be underestimated. The witch fire floated over at a moderate speed. However, a blank area appeared behind the witch fire, the entire void was refined into nothingness. The dragon phoenix true body blocked the apocalyptic eye and grabbed the blood-boiling spear. Suddenly, he turned around and opened his mouth, spewing out a stream of scorching flames. The moment the ball of flames arrived in midair, it formed scarlet lava that spewed towards the witch fire in a steaming manner. Splash! Splash! The two flames collided in midair with an ear-piercing sound. The Hell Witch Emperor and the other two had grim expressions. Even though the three of them joined forces and released three supreme divine powers, they could not suppress the dragon phoenix true body. On the contrary, the dragon phoenix true body defended against the three supreme divine powers and his aura continued to climb as though there was no limit. The dragon phoenix that comprehended two supreme divine powers was way too terrifying. On the other side, the situation of the green lotus true body was turning more dangerous. Against the encirclement of the 9 emperors of the primordial races, even the green lotus true body coupled with everlasting vitality could not recover the power of blood chi and essence spirit. The green lotus true body was battered and filled with injuries, it was on the brink of collapse. The 9 emperors of the primordial races realized that the Hell Witch Emperor's side was in a predicament and their attacks intensified. God's Kingdom, Eye of the Storm, Phantom / Endless Blood Sea. The 9 emperors of the primordial races released supreme divine powers one after another, prepared to kill the green lotus true body completely with this attack. Su Zimo stood looking at the 9 supreme divine powers that descended with a calm expression without any panic in his eyes. Suddenly, extending his blooded hands, Su Zimo conjured hand seals and channeled his essence spirit. Whoosh! Suddenly, 3 balls of flames of different colors appeared beside him. Scarlet Immortal Dao Fire, Golden Buddhist Dao Fire, Black Fiend Dao Fire. The 3 balls of flames began to emit the aura of divine powers. The Dao Fires had already been cultivated by Su Zimo to the level of a lesser divine power. Samadhi Dao Fire? How dare you embarrass yourself with such an insignificant skill? An emperor of the god race sneered. Although the Samadhi Dao Fire was strong, it was nothing in the eyes of an emperor. The 3 Dao Fires gathered rapidly in front of Su Zimo, forming a tricolored flame. Immediately after, another essence spirit fire floated out from Su Zimo's glabella and entered the tricolored flame. The Kacharadi Dao Fire was formed. Although it was only an additional flame from Samadhi to Kacharadi, there was a qualitative change. The aura of the ball of flames surged and turned into a greater divine power from a lesser divine power. Ha 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 ha. An emperor of the Golden Crow race roared in laughter. So, it's a greater divine power. I actually thought that it was going to be some incredible force. Indeed, the limit of the Kacharadi Dao Fire was only a greater divine power. Therefore, from the beginning of the battle, Su Zimo had not released the Kacharadi Dao Fire. In a battle of this level, apart from a unique greater divine power like the Time Saber, other greater divine powers could not pose a threat to the emperors present. The other emperors sneered as well. Su Zimo did not laugh. Naturally, he would not release a mere greater divine power like the Kacharadi Dao Fire. But now, he was not alone, his other true body was not far away. There was also an extremely terrifying supreme flame on the Dragon Phoenix true body, the Dragon Phoenix flame. There was no need for their spirit consciousnesses to transmit messages, both true bodies were telepathic. With a single thought from Su Zimo, the Dragon Phoenix true body knew his plans. The Dragon Phoenix true body blocked the 3 supreme divine powers. At the same time, his gigantic divine phoenix tail swung and condensed a ball of essence fire of the Dragon Phoenix flame. It tore through the air and landed in the Kacharadi Dao Fire. The aura of the Kacharadi Dao Fire transformed instantly. A power that made the 9 emperors of the primordial races shudder burst forth and swept through the 9 heavens, spreading through the 8 desolate. The Pankadi One Dao Fire was formed. Su Zimo held the ball of flames with both hands and burned the skies. The 9 supreme divine powers descended and could not suppress the ball of flames. All of them stopped and fought against the ball of flames. That power had far surpassed the realm of greater divine powers. That was a supreme divine power. Under normal circumstances, the conditions to fuse another flame to form the Pankadi Dao fire were extremely stringent and difficult. If the power of the flames was insufficient and fused with the Kacharadi Dao fire, it would be devoured without any reaction. Even if the power of the flames was sufficient, the process to fuse with the Kacharadi Dao fire would be extremely long with multiple attempts required. However, the Dragon Phoenix flame was different. First, the power of the Dragon Phoenix flame was sufficiently strong. In fact, to a certain extent, the Dragon Phoenix flame was even stronger than the 3 Dao fires that Su Zimo had condensed. Second, the Dragon Phoenix flame would not reject the Kacharadi Dao fire. That was because, be it the Dragon Phoenix true body or the Green Lotus true body, they were both Su Zimo. The 2 true bodies were one to begin with. Although the divine powers and dharmic arts they comprehended could not be connected, the Dragon Phoenix flame would not reject the Green Lotus true body. Therefore, it could be said that the fusion of the Dragon Phoenix flame into the Kacharadi Dao fire happened naturally without any obstacles. Up till this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo had cultivated 3 true bodies. Among them, the Green Lotus true body and Dragon Phoenix true body appeared at the same time in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley and joined forces to fight against all the heroes in the world. They saved Night Spirit and escaped. However, be it the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley or this battle, the 2 true bodies merely joined forces. But this time round, the 2 true bodies were fused in a certain sense. However, this pseudo-fusion truly unveiled why these 2 true bodies were so terrifying. The 9 emperors of the primordial races were shocked and the sneer from earlier on froze on their faces as they watched with widened eyes. Crack, crack, crack. In the terrifying flames, the 9 supreme divine powers began to tremble. The god's kingdom in the hands of the god race emperor began to collapse and crack. The endless blood sea of the Bloodvine Emperor was also boiled by the terrifying flames, turning into endless blood chi that dissipated into the world. The blood sea evaporated rapidly and decreased. In the blink of an eye, the blood sea transformed into a blood-colored lake. What truly shocked the 9 emperors of the primordial races was that after Su Zimo released that supreme divine power, the Green Lotus true body underwent the baptism of a 3rd supreme divine power. He made use of the Dragon Phoenix flame to condense the Pankadi Dao fire. The Green Lotus true body comprehended the essence of incinerating firmament boiling sea and the 3rd supreme divine power. The power of the supreme divine power began to wash through the bloodline and body of the Green Lotus true body, including his essence spirit. The blood chi of the Green Lotus true body rose rapidly. The power of his essence spirit recovered quickly as well. Under such circumstances, Su Zimo channeled his supreme divine power, everlasting vitality. In the blink of an eye, his injuries were mostly healed. However, his strength was still rising. Chapter 1727, Sweep. Chapter 1727, Sweep. The flames in midair burned hotter and more terrifying. Even the Hell Witch Emperor and the other top emperors in the distance felt their hearts skip a beat, let alone the 9 emperors who were attacking the Green Lotus true body. That was because Su Zimo had comprehended a 3rd supreme divine power and his strength had increased exponentially. The power of the Pankadi Dao fire rose as well and became stronger. At that moment, the Green Lotus true body was no longer weaker than the Hell Witch Emperor and the others in terms of strength and crushed the 9 emperors of the primordial races around him completely. The moment the Green Lotus true body comprehended the 3rd supreme divine power, the situation had reversed completely. Crack, crack, crack. Under the burning of the Pankadi Dao fire, the 9 supreme divine powers could not withstand it and collapsed one after another. The god's kingdom and the endless blood sea were burned into nothingness. A Bloodvine Emperor did not manage to take on human form and was still in his true form. Rooted in midair, he could not escape from the burning of the Pankadi Dao fire. The Bloodvine Emperor was incinerated to death by the Pankadi Dao fire on the spot. Up till this point of the battle, of the 9 emperors of the primordial races who surrounded Suzumo, only 8 remained. Suzumo's counterattack had just begun, 3 heads 6 arms. After comprehending incinerating firmament boiling sea, Suzumo's blood chi and essence spirit had already recovered to their peak, and he released that supreme divine power once more. Kill. Suzumo's 3 heads opened their mouths at the same time and released the thunderclap kill sound domain secret skill. Given his strength, a single thunderclap kill was enough to affect the surrounding emperors. When released by 3 heads at the same time, a witch emperor not far away bled from all 7 orifices. He was stunned on the spot with a dazed expression. The bloodline of the witch race was weak and was not much stronger than ordinary humans. How could they withstand such a terrifying sound domain attack? Bang! A black shadow more than 5 feet tall charged over and smashed the body of the witch emperor into a blood mist without a corpse left. The essence spirit of the witch emperor was killed on the spot before it could escape. There were only 7 emperors of the primordial races left beside Suzumo. The black shadow that killed the witch emperor was none other than the bronze square tripod that fell to the side in the battle against the supreme divine power. The dragon phoenix true body did not need the bronze square tripod right now, so the green lotus true body could borrow it. His 3 palms held the human emperor's seal, creation lotus platform and bronze square tripod respectively. The other 3 palms spun into the crowd barehanded. At that moment, the green lotus true body had undergone the baptism of 3 supreme divine powers. Although it had yet to break through to grade 9, it was already at the peak of grade 8. Apart from treasures like the human emperor's seal and bronze square tripod, most dharmic treasures could not compare to the fist of the green lotus true body. Boom! 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 Some of the remaining 7 emperors that surrounded Suzumo could no longer release supreme divine powers and could only fight with their dharmic treasures. Boom! Suzumo wielded the bronze square tripod and suppressed down. The gigantic golden sword in the hands of the god race emperor was crushed into more than 10 shards by the bronze square tripod and scattered. Before the god race emperor could escape, he was smashed down by Suzumo's other arm that was holding the human emperor's seal. Poof! The head of the god race emperor was smashed by the human emperor's seal. With 3 heads 6 arms, the attacks were relentless and the other party would not have any breathing space at all. Prior to this, the green lotus true body had only comprehended 2 supreme divine powers and could only barely protect himself when he was surrounded. But now, the emperors that surrounded him were shattered into pieces the moment they charged forward. Some emperors of the primordial races released supreme divine powers to stop Suzumo. However, they were shattered by Suzumo with the bronze square tripod. This was a suppression of strength. He could break all dharmic arts with brute force. 5, 4, 3. Twisting his 3 heads, Suzumo waved his 6 arms and held the bronze square tripod, human emperor's seal and creation lotus platform in his palms. He pushed forward and trampled the corpses of the emperors of the primordial races one after another, sweeping through everything. The 9 emperors of the primordial races that surrounded him initially were not weak either, they were all experts who had comprehended 3 supreme divine powers. But now, there were only 3 left after they were destroyed by Suzumo. Of the 3 emperors, 2 were from the Rakshasa race and 1 was from the Golden Crow race. They managed to survive thanks to their agile movement techniques. Suzumo had 3 heads 6 arms and radiated with a green glow right now. The 3 emperors of the primordial races were scared out of their wits at the sight of him. The 3 emperors of the primordial races did not dare to resist and turned to flee. Trying to flee? Suzumo sneered and his glabella shone. A green glow burst forth and tore through the air, descending on a Rakshasa emperor right away. It was the green lotus sword formed from 72 lotus seeds. It was a killing technique targeted at the essence spirit. If this was an ordinary battle and the Rakshasa emperor maintained his composure, there was no way he would be slashed by the green lotus sword. It would have been useless. But now, the Rakshasa emperor was scared out of his wits and wanted to escape from this place. His reaction was slower and his consciousness was pierced by the green lotus sword, slicing his essence spirit into 2. Relying on his terrifying movement technique, the Rakshasa emperor had already fled to the horizon when he suddenly paused and fell from midair, dying on the spot. The remaining 2 emperors of the primordial races had already vanished. Suzimo ignored them and turned to charge towards Night Spirit's battlefield. The expressions of the Hell Witch Emperor and the others turned extremely terrible. With so many emperors of the primordial 6 races dead and 2 of them escaping, the situation was almost over for them. The emperors of the primordial 6 races who were fighting against the emperors of the human and dragon races were also flustered. Although they were still in a stalemate, all of them were scared out of their wits, afraid that the fiend celestial with 3 heads and 6 arms would rush to their side and kill them one after another. A dim look flashed through the Hell Witch Emperor's eyes as he sighed internally. He knew very well that the primordial 6 races had lost this battle. Desolate Marshall's 2 true bodies had already risen and he could no longer be suppressed by the power of the primordial 6 races. If they were to continue resisting and fight Desolate Marshall at this moment, even they would have to die here. On the other side, the Golden Crow Fire Emperor initially wanted to kill Night Spirit. However, when he caught sight of Suzimo waving his 6 arms and charging over murderously, his expression changed starkly. Not good. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the current Green Lotus true body was enough to fight him head-on alone. If the Green Lotus true body were to join forces with the Taboo Divine he would definitely die. At that thought, the Golden Crow Fire Emperor flapped his wings and prepared to escape without hesitation. He did not even intend to inform the Hell Witch Emperor and the others. Poof! Suddenly, a cold light flashed and pierced one of his wings. Fresh blood splattered. Ah! The Golden Crow Fire Emperor shrieked. How dare you get distracted in front of me? Night Spirit's voice sounded in the Golden Crow Fire Emperor's ears in a sinister manner. Even if the Taboo Divine who was severely injured, it would still possess killing methods that others could not match. Chapter 1728, Thousand Eye Burial. Chapter 1728, Thousand Eye Burial. Incinerating firmament, boiling sea. Without hesitation, the Golden Crow Fire Emperor channeled his essence spirit and released a supreme divine power, wanting to force Night Spirit back. However, he was still a little too slow. A phantom-like figure had already arrived beside him and its sharp claws pierced his body, locking him tightly. Night Spirit opened his mouth and bared his sharp fangs, biting the Golden Crow Fire Emperor's neck into 2 as fresh blood spewed and stained the void. Before the supreme divine power of the Golden Crow Fire Emperor could be formed, it was interrupted by Night Spirit. In reality, Night Spirit was severely injured because the Golden Crow Fire Emperor and Thousand Eye Emperor had joined forces. Furthermore, he was only injured because he wanted to help Suzimo. Right now, the Thousand Eye Emperor, Hell Witch Emperor and Shadowless Emperor joined forces to defend against the Dragon Phoenix true body. The remaining Golden Crow Fire Emperor could not kill Night Spirit at all. On the contrary, if the Golden Crow Fire Emperor was slightly distracted, Night Spirit would seize the opportunity to retaliate and almost kill him on the spot. Swoosh! A golden crow flew out and sped into the distance. It was the essence spirit of the Golden Crow Fire Emperor. His essence spirit circulated blood rebirth in midair and reconstructed his body. It appeared and flapped its wings, wanting to escape. However, the moment his body appeared, a person appeared before him. 3 heads 6 arms, Martial Emperor Suzimo. Bang! Suzimo raised the bronze square tripod and smashed it down on the Golden Crow Fire Emperor's head with an aggressive aura. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor had no chance to react or dodge and could only escape with his essence spirit once more. Poof! The Golden Crow Fire Emperor's body was shattered by Suzimo's bronze square tripod once more. Suzimo sneered, "You think you can escape after I join forces with Night Spirit? If either Suzimo or Night Spirit attacked with their full strength, they would be able to suppress the Golden Crow Fire Emperor. With the 2 of them joining forces, the Golden Crow Fire Emperor could only flee everywhere, but there was nowhere to go. The moment his essence spirit escaped and reconstructed his body, it would definitely be shattered by Suzimo or Night Spirit. In that short few breaths, the Golden Crow Fire Emperor had already reconstructed his body 4 times. As for his dodging space, it was getting smaller and was almost locked down by Suzimo and Night Spirit. There was nowhere to run or hide. Martial Emperor, Can you show mercy and spare my life? Finally, the Golden Crow Fire Emperor could not hold on any longer and begged for mercy. Suzumo's expression was cold and he was unmoved. If the Dragon Phoenix True Body had not comprehended fleeting moment earlier on and the Green Lotus True Body had not comprehended a third supreme divine power and rushed over in time, Night Spirit would have died. Trap. Suzumo's expression was unchanged as he waved his finger and wrote the word trap in midair. Divine powers spread. A strange energy fluctuation appeared in midair and formed a prison that trapped the Golden Crow Fire Emperor within. This was only a greater divine power. Under normal circumstances, it could not trap the Golden Crow Fire Emperor. However, the Golden Crow Fire Emperor only had an essence spirit left. After consecutive battles and reconstruction of his body, his essence spirit became extremely weak. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor could not even break free from that greater divine power right now. His essence spirit collided against the prison and trembled, emitting green smoke. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor shrieked repeatedly. Swoosh! A black light tore through the air. Night Spirit swung his tail and stabbed into the cage, piercing the Golden Crow Fire Emperor's essence spirit. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor was dead. Up till this point of the battle, 2 of the 5 top emperors of the primordial races had already died. The remaining Hell Witch, Shadowless and Thousand Eye emperors no longer had the intention to fight. The 3 emperors retracted their divine powers and turned to flee. On the battlefield of the Dragon Bone Valley, the void was already shattered by the Battle of the Emperors. Nobody could escape through the void tunnels. The 3 emperors could only rely on their movement techniques to leave this place first. However, the 3 emperors had different movement techniques. Now that they were sprinting with their might, the difference was obvious. As a Rakshasa, the Shadowless Emperor was the fastest and escaped to the horizons almost instantly. Unexpectedly, the Hell Witch Emperor released a supreme divine power curse at an astonishing speed and followed closely behind the Shadowless Emperor. The Thousand Eye Emperor was the slowest and was the last. Although the Thousand Eye Emperor had also cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, his blood escape technique was not at the level of a supreme divine power. Naturally, he was the last. Night Spirit, stay here and leave the 3 of them to me, Suzumo said in a deep voice. Night Spirit's injuries were more serious and he could help the emperors of the human race, the Azura Yang Beichen and the others by staying here. Suzumo's 2 true bodies had just comprehended divine powers and his combat strength was almost at its peak. Although the Hell Witch Emperor and the other 2 left first, it was only a matter of time before his 2 true bodies caught up. Suzumo and the Dragon Phoenix True Body chased in the direction of the Hell Witch Emperor and the other 2. The Dragon Phoenix True Body possessed the Dragon Phoenix wings and the Golden Rock wings. His speed was shocking. Although the Green Lotus True Body's movement technique could not compare to the Dragon Phoenix True Body, it possessed many escape techniques and secret skills and followed closely behind. Before long, the 2 true bodies closed in on the Thousand Eye Emperor rapidly. The Thousand Eye Emperor realized that he could not escape at all. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the 2 true bodies caught up to him and killed him on the spot. Desolate Marshal, I'll fight you to the death. The Thousand Eye Emperor's eyes shone with madness as he turned around and condensed his essence spirit once more, releasing a supreme divine power. Thousand Eye Burial. Poof! The heavenly eye on the Thousand Eye Emperor's glabella suddenly exploded and fresh blood spewed, releasing an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. Poof! Poof! Immediately after, the Thousand Eye Emperor's eyes exploded as well and 3 bloody holes appeared on his face. However, the power released by the shattered heavenly eye gathered rapidly around the Thousand Eye Emperor. Rows of eyes appeared densely in the void behind the Thousand Eye Emperor, all of them opening at the same time. The thousand eyes widened and bulged with bloodshot eyes as they watched Suzumo and the Dragon Phoenix True Body charge over. Suzumo and the Dragon Phoenix True Body felt a chill run down their spines. Anyone else would feel uncomfortable being stared at by 1,000 eyes. Furthermore, the might of the Thousand Eye Burial was indeed extremely terrifying. In the ancient era, there was only one emperor of the Heavenly Eye race who cultivated it. In the battle against the Eternal Human Emperor, he even injured the latter. The reason why the thousand-eye burial was so powerful was because it required the sacrifice of all the Tao and Dharmic arts in the heavenly eye to condense that supreme divine power. It was so terrifying that it could even bury the world. The cultivation of the heavenly eye race was within the heavenly eye on his glabella. That supreme divine power was equivalent to the thousand-eye emperor's lifetime of cultivation. Now that he released thousand-eye burial, even if he could not bury Su Zimo's two true bodies, he would become a cripple himself. Chapter 1729 Yin-Yang Fishes. Chapter 1729 Yin-Yang Fishes. Buzz. 1,000 eyes shone at the same time and descended on Su Zimo and the Dragon Phoenix true body instantly. Su Zimo and the Dragon Phoenix true body did not dare to be careless and hurriedly channeled their blood chi to its limits to defend against the thousand-eye burial. Boom! There was a loud bang. Although 1,000 rays of light that could bury the world landed on Su Zimo and the Dragon Phoenix true body, the two of them could not be buried. However, the power of the thousand-eye burial was extremely terrifying as well. Su Zimo and the Dragon Phoenix true body did not have any supreme divine powers to release. They could not break through the obstruction of the thousand eyes in a short period of time with just their blood chi and bodies. Of course, given Su Zimo and the Dragon Phoenix true body's current strength, they were still above the thousand-eye emperor. Poof! 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 The eyes around the thousand-eye emperor shattered into nothingness one after another as well. However, if Su Zimo and the Dragon Phoenix true body exploded the thousand eyes completely, the Hell Witch Emperor and Shadowless Emperor would have fled long ago. Tianhuang mainland was way too huge. Furthermore, there were other secrets. If the two top emperors were allowed to escape and hide, who knew what sort of calamity would descend in the future? Roar! The Dragon Phoenix true body reared his head and cried into the skies, letting out a deafening roar. Immediately after, the eyes of the Dragon Phoenix true body shone with a bedazzling glow as two blinding beams of light shot towards the Shadowless Emperor. That was Illumination Eye. The Illumination Eye had already transformed into the innate divine power of the Dragon Phoenix true body. Furthermore, as long as there was enough time, the Dragon Phoenix true body was confident that he could cultivate the Illumination Eye to the level of a supreme divine power. Right now, Illumination Eye could only be considered as a greater divine power. Against a supreme divine power like the thousand-eye burial, Illumination Eye was naturally insignificant. However, if the Dragon Phoenix true body wanted to break through the thousand-eye emperor's obstruction as soon as possible, he had to release all his trump card. Su Zimo did not hesitate either. Suddenly, his eyes turned dark as ink. Two dark beams of light burst forth from his eyes as well, emitting a cold aura. They condensed into a single point and charged towards the thousand-eye emperor. The nether glow eye burst forth at the same time. Right now, those two visual techniques could only be considered as greater divine powers. However, when the blinding light released by Illumination Eye and the dark light released by Nether Glow Eye collided in midair, an extremely strange energy fluctuation was formed. The power of the two visual techniques did not collide with the thousand-eye emperor. On the contrary, the power of the two visual techniques condensed into two balls of light in midair. One was black and the other was white, attracting and chasing one another. The two balls of light seemed to possess some sort of sentience, as though they were playing and fusing with one another. Su Zimo's mind exploded when he saw that. In his senses, everything seemed to have vanished. The black and white balls of light were the only things in his line of sight. The two balls of light tugged continuously like two gigantic fish that were connected head to tail. They chased after one another and spun continuously, forming a strange scene. Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled that the red-headed ghost had told him some legends about the Illumination Stone. Illumination represented the power of extreme yang. Nether glow represented the power of extreme yin. Under normal circumstances, the two completely different powers were at odds with one another. However, the Illumination Stone was in the Dragon Phoenix true body and the Nether Glow Stone was in the Green Lotus true body. The two true bodies were one to begin with. That was the reason why the two extreme powers were able to create such a strange scene. The yin-yang fishes were chasing one another. The power of yin and yang spun slowly as though they were harmless. However, as the yin-yang fishes spun, everything in the surroundings seemed to be devoured into nothingness. Space collapsed, light distorted, dharmic powers were incorporeal and divine powers dissipated. Everything was gradually devoured by the pursuit of the yin-yang fishes. Even time was messed up. Su Zimo did not notice anything in his current state. Right in front of many emperors, the two visual techniques were released and the 1,000 eyes on the other end shattered as the two black and white balls of light chased one another. The two black and white balls of light did not even manage to touch the 1,000 eyes on the other end before the supreme divine power turned into nothingness. Pest! The emperors who saw that gasp. What sort of power was that? In the face of the two black and white balls of light, the supreme divine power, 1,000-eye burial, collapsed in less than a breath. The yin-yang fishes chased faster and faster. The two powers rose continuously. The power released by the yin-yang fishes became increasingly terrifying as well. In the end, Su Zimo could even sense the two fishes biting one another wildly. Su Zimo cut off the nether glow eye hurriedly. The balance of power was broken and the yin-yang fishes exploded on the spot, releasing an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation that swept in all directions. Boom! There was a loud bang. Su Zimo was jolted awake by a dull pain in his eyes. A trickle of blood flowed out from the eyes of the dragon phoenix true body as well. It was a little terrifying. Su Zimo's face was a little pale and he felt a sense of trepidation. Thankfully, he severed the nether glow eye in time. If the two powers continued rising, they would definitely break free from his control in the end. At that time, if he was careless, his eyes would not be the only ones bleeding. His two true bodies were most likely going to die. That was no exaggeration. That was because Su Zimo could sense an extremely terrifying power from the yin-yang fishes. What was revealed earlier on was merely a fraction of it. Su Zimo turned around instinctively. The 1,000-eye burial had long dissipated. In mid-air opposite, the 1,000-eye emperor stood motionlessly with a lost expression. Suddenly, the 1,000-eye emperor's body began to collapse. Under Su Zimo's gaze, it gradually turned into nothingness without even a single drop of blood leaking. The 1,000-eye emperor was killed by the power of the yin-yang fishes earlier on. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and composed himself before continuing to chase after the Hell Witch Emperor and Shadowless Emperor with the Dragon Phoenix true body. They had to kill the two emperors or there would be endless trouble. Above the skies of the Dragon Bone Valley, the Hell Witch Emperor and the other four top emperors were either dead or fleeing. Although the remaining emperors of the primordial 6 races were many, they had already broken down mentally and were in no mood to fight. The addition of Night Spirit to the battlefield caused a bloodbath. Even though Night Spirit had only comprehended a single supreme divine power and was severely injured, the many killing techniques released by him were not something that the emperors of the primordial races could defend against. Before long, the emperors of the primordial 6 races broke down completely and fled in all directions. The demon emperors of the 8 demon regions were either dead or injured. Of the 17 demon emperors, less than 5 were still alive. The 5 demon emperors knew that they could not escape and knelt on the ground one after another, begging for mercy. The storyteller, Long Ran and the others were covered in injuries and panted heavily with exhausted expressions. They no longer had the strength to chase after the escaping emperors of the primordial races. Nearly half of the emperors of the human race were lost as well and there were only a dozen left. However, this battle was not over yet. Chapter 1730 Invasion of the God Race. Chapter 1730 Invasion of the God Race. Su Zimo and the Dragon Phoenix true body sprinted and chased after the Hell Witch Emperor and Shadowless Emperor. Initially, the two of them were speeding in one direction. However, when they arrived at the border of the North region, the two emperors split into 2 directions and fled separately. The eyes of the Hell Witch Emperor shone with ruthlessness and madness as he sped towards the habitat of the witch race in the Middle Continent. At the same time, he withdrew a talisman from his storage bag and tore it apart. Since things had come to this, he had no choice. He had to inform the witch race and prepare to use their final trump card. However, the shadowless emperor did not escape to his ancestral ground. After pondering for a moment, he changed directions and sprinted towards the Kunlun ruins in the west. The shadowless emperor's thoughts were simple. If he escaped to his ancestral ground, he would definitely lure desolate Marshall over. At that time, the Rakshasas guarding the ancestral ground would be annihilated as well. The reason why he chose to escape to the Kunlun ruins was because he wanted to fight desolate Marshall to the death. The Kunlun ruins had a divine power forbidden region and they would die together. When Su Zimo saw the Hell Witch Emperor and Shadowless Emperor split into two directions, he hesitated for a moment and decided to let the Dragon Phoenix True Body hunt down the Hell Witch Emperor. The direction of the Hell Witch Emperor was clearly the ancestral ground of the witch race. He did not know what other trump cards the Hell Witch Emperor would have if the latter returned to his ancestral ground. The witch race cultivated their essence spirits. As for the essence spirit of the Dragon Phoenix True Body, it was protected by a blazing ball of light and it was difficult for any killing technique of the witch race targeted at the essence spirit to cause any damage to the Dragon Phoenix True Body. In that aspect, the Green Lotus True Body was comparatively weaker. At that thought, the two true bodies separated and chased after the Hell Witch Emperor and Shadowless Emperor respectively. Su Zimo released all his escape techniques and secret skills. The ethereal wings behind him spread and he used heavenly feet, boundless golden light and Zephyr Thunder escape at the same time. His speed was at its limits and he transformed into a streak of light, shrinking the ground into inches and covering thousands of kilometers instantly. Even so, he could not shorten the distance between him and the Shadowless Emperor. Suddenly, a violent quake sounded from the extreme west. A blinding golden light burst forth from the skies of the Kunlun ruins, as though it wanted to tear through the firmament. The energy fluctuation intensified and even extended to the entire Tianhuang mainland. Even the 4 regions, 3 oceans, and 1 continent could sense it. Massive waves surged through the 3 oceans. The living beings of the 10,000 races that were fighting at the borders of the North region revealed shocked expressions as well. Only some God race experts looked at the golden light in the skies of the extreme west in deep thought. Some of the emperors of the God race seemed to have thought of something and their gazes shone brightly in high spirit. Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and looked at the extreme west with a grim expression. Something had happened. If he was not wrong, the commotion from the extreme west should have come from the Rainbow Cave. The God race had invaded. To think that the God race would invade Tianhuang mainland at this critical juncture, under normal circumstances, with the existence of the divine power forbidden region in the Kunlun ruins, even if the God race invaded, they would only be at the conjoint body realm at most. They were of no threat to the current Su Zimo. However, more than 1,000 years had passed since the last battle in the Kunlun ruins. The power of the divine power forbidden region was getting weaker. Su Zimo would not be surprised if God's mainland possessed any methods that could break through the divine power forbidden region and enter Tianhuang mainland. The situation would be dire if the main army of God's mainland invaded Tianhuang mainland. God's mainland was a powerful civilization. Although they were both one of the billion minor chiliocosms, the God race had a powerful bloodline and could cultivate bloodline phenomenons from birth. Nobody knew how advanced the civilization of God's mainland was. There was a high chance that the invasion of God's mainland would be even more serious and terrifying than the alliance of the primordial 6 races. More importantly, right now, the 10,000 races of Tianhuang mainland were fighting against one another and suffered immense losses. Be it the demons, humans, or the primordial races, all of them suffered immense losses. The invasion of God's mainland at this moment was akin to adding insult to injury for Tianhuang mainland. Su Zimo stopped and looked towards the west. At that moment, he could only hope that the divine power forbidden region of the Kunlun ruins could be of some use and stop the emperors of God's mainland. The Shadowless Emperor paused as well and did not continue escaping towards the Kunlun ruins. Suddenly, the golden light above the Kunlun ruins intensified. Immediately after, incomparably powerful auras tore through the skies and transformed into blinding golden pillars of light that surged into the firmament. Tianhuang mainland was shaken. The emperors of God's mainland had arrived. Only emperors could release such an aura and burst forth with such energy fluctuations. Indeed. Before long, a large army of the god race appeared in the skies of the Kunlun ruins. They were dense, and the ones at the front were god race riders. Be it the horses or the god race riders, all of them were clad in armor. The horses of the god race were also heavenly horses with powerful bloodlines. There was a sharp horn on their foreheads that seemed like it could penetrate the firmament. There were more than 10,000 god race riders, and all of them were at the conjoint body realm. There were 10,000 conjoint body god race beings. If he was not wrong, this was definitely the main force of God's mainland. Of course, the most striking thing was not the 10,000 conjoint body god race riders. In the middle of the god race riders were hundreds of god race patriarchs. Some of them wore armor and wielded swords. Some of them wore long robes and wielded staffs. However, every single god race being was extremely handsome and tall. The women were also incomparably beautiful with graceful figures. Among the hundreds of god race patriarchs, there were 4 emperors of the god race. There were 3 men and a woman, and they were all old. The 4 emperors of the god race held different weapons in their hands. An emperor of the god race wielded a gigantic sword. That gigantic sword was the sword of misfortune that had severely injured Su Zimo previously. Another god race emperor wielded a golden spear that shone with a terrifying aura, as though it could judge everything. The 3rd emperor held a pitch-black shield that emitted a dark aura. The 4th emperor wielded a shimmering divine staff. The 4 emperors each held a powerful divine weapon and channeled the power of the divine weapon, creating a passage through the divine power forbidden region above the Kunlun ruins. The god race army entered Tianhuang mainland safely. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze slightly and looked past the god race army and the hundreds of god race patriarchs to the 4 emperors. Be it the 10,000 conjoint body god race rider army, hundreds of god race patriarchs, 4 god race emperors or 4 divine weapons, none of them were the most striking. In the middle of the god race army, surrounded by the 4 god race emperors, was a divine throne filled with gems and jade. There was no one holding it down below. However, the divine throne floated over and emitted a divine light. There was a person on the divine throne. The person wore a crown on his head and sat on the divine throne. He looked incomparably noble and dazzling. Even the 4 god race emperors had to obey his orders. The crown emanated a mysterious power that concealed the appearance of the god race being. Chapter 1731, Kill Him. Chapter 1731, Kill Him. Above the Dragon Bone Valley, a few disheveled god race emperors looked at the god race army that was approaching from the extreme west with excited expressions. It's finally here. The sword of misfortune, the shield of calamity, the staff of dawn and the spear of judgment. The 4 divine judgment weapons of our god race have descended. Let's see who in Tianhuang mainland can defend against them. That should be the god emperor of our god's mainland on the throne. Some of the god race beings that were still fighting at the borders of the north region were even more excited. Although there were also emperors with different titles on God's mainland, only a single person was qualified to be the emperor of God's mainland and be called the God Emperor. Only the God Emperor was qualified to sit on that supreme throne and wear the God Emperor's crown. Legend has it that the crown of the God Emperor was an utmost treasure passed down from the God realm. Other races, including the God race themselves, even emperors of the God race would die on the spot if they dared to sit on the throne of the God Emperor. Without the recognition of the God Emperor's crown, one would not be able to withstand the weight of the crown and would be crushed to death. One could only be the sole God Emperor of God's mainland upon obtaining the recognition of the 2 utmost treasures. The civilization of God's mainland originated from these 2 treasures that were passed down from the God realm. It was an extremely shocking sight. Be it the fight between the emperors above the Dragon Bone Valley or the 10,000 races at the intersection of the North region, everything gradually stopped. The shadowless emperor froze in midair in shock. A moment later, he snapped out of his stupor and frowned slightly. Turning back, he revealed a hesitant expression. At that moment, he was sandwiched in the middle. Su Zimo was at the back and the God Race army at the front. Furthermore, the God Race army advanced extremely quickly and arrived in the middle continent before long, speeding towards the north region. Many God Race riders galloped in the firmaments and rode on clouds with a torrential aura. The entire void rumbled and trembled under the trampling of the God Race riders as cracks appeared in the void. Heaven and earth rumbled. The shadowless emperor pondered for a moment without turning back. He would definitely die against Su Zimo. Although the God Race army was menacing, the Rakshasa race was still on the same side as the God Race of Tianhuang mainland. Furthermore, as a top emperor, he was a top expert no matter which continent he was in. If he were to bring his Rakshasa race to partner with the God Race, the latter would definitely welcome them. At that thought, the shadowless emperor had a plan and charged towards the God Race army. I'm shadowless of the Rakshasa race and am one of the primordial 9 races of Tianhuang mainland along with the God Race. We're on the same side and fought hand in hand countless times. The shadowless emperor was still a distance away from the God Race army when he shouted, I'm willing to lead the Rakshasa race and join forces with our fellow Taoists of the God Race to suppress traitors like Desolate Marshal. How shameless. Long Ran could not help but curse when he saw that. The experts of the Kuan and barbarian races revealed indignant expressions as well. As one of the strongest emperors of Tianhuang mainland, the shadowless emperor was the first to submit to the invasion of foreign races. The shadowless emperor was very smart. He knew that if he charged forward rashly, there was a high chance he would attract the hostility of the God Race army. Therefore, even from afar, the shadowless emperor had already started shouting to express his goodwill with a sincere attitude. Indeed, the speed of the God Race army slowed down. Before long, the God Race army arrived before the shadowless emperor and opened up a path for him. In the blink of an eye, the shadowless emperor was surrounded by the God Race. Countless gazes landed on the shadowless emperor. As a top emperor of Tianhuang mainland, the shadowless emperor was still calm and fearless despite being surrounded by so many experts of another race. Greetings, fellow Taoists of the God Race. Against the hundreds of God Race patriarchs, the shadowless emperor did not show any arrogance. Instead, he cupped his fists and smiled. The 4 God Race emperors wielding the divine judgment weapons sized up the shadowless emperor with scrutinizing gazes. However, the 4 emperors of the God Race did not have any attitude on the surface. Instead, they turned to look at the person on the divine throne with inquiring expressions. The shadowless emperor could tell as well. Among the many God Race beings, the one with the highest and noblest status was the person sitting on the divine throne with the crown on his head. Even the 4 God Race emperors with powerful auras had to obey this person. However, that person's appearance was blurry under the cover of the crown. God Emperor, this person has submitted. How should we deal with him? The armored old man with the sword of misfortune on his back clutched his chest with his right hand and bowed slightly to the person on the divine throne, asking in a deep voice. The God Emperor raised his hand slightly. The shadowless emperor landed on that person's palm. It was a fair palm that was gentle and tender, even shimmering. It seemed to be the hand of a woman. Just as the shadowless emperor was letting his imagination run wild, the God Emperor spoke gently and said 2 words. Kill him. Before the shadowless emperor could react, a shout sounded from the side. Kill. The armored old man withdrew the sword of misfortune on his back and slashed down viciously at the shadowless emperor. Although the God Race emperor was already an old man, his blood chi was still extremely strong and surged into the skies. In the hands of the old man from the God Race, the sword of misfortune emanated a cold and evil aura. The black patterns on the sword shone brightly and released a black sword chi that tore through the air. The shadowless emperor was alarmed. He had not expected that after comprehending 4 supreme divine powers and choosing to submit as a top-tier emperor, the other party would not give him any chance of survival. The shadowless emperor summoned his destiny dharmic treasure hurriedly and 2 curved sabers that resembled moons blocked the sword of misfortune. Clang! There was a loud bang and sparks flew. The shadowless emperor shuddered and spat out blood. His dharmic treasures, the curved sabers, in his hands were sent flying by the sword of misfortune. His reaction was slower to begin with, and he could not unleash his strength to its limits. Furthermore, he had just fought against Su Zimo and had expended a lot of blood chi, decreasing his combat strength significantly. Under such circumstances, the Shadowless Emperor was severely injured after receiving a direct attack from the God Race Emperor. The Sword of Misfortune sent the dharmic treasures, the curved sabers, flying, and the gigantic sword slashed towards the Shadowless Emperor with a black glow. The Shadowless Emperor relied on the terrifying movement technique of the Rakshasa race to retreat with all his might. However, a gigantic gash appeared on his chest from the pitch-black sword beam of the Sword of Misfortune. That slash nearly sliced the Shadowless Emperor into two. The Shadowless Emperor had a horrified expression as he glared at the old man from the God race with a conflicted expression: anger, confusion, and doubt. He could not understand. He did not have time to think about such things either. The old man from the God race strode towards him with the Sword of Misfortune in his hand. Instant transmission. Without hesitation, the Shadowless Emperor released his supreme divine power. Chapter 1732, Prison. Chapter 1732, Prison. Right now, the Shadowless Emperor was surrounded by the God Race army, and there were 3 emperors of the God Race who had yet to attack. If he wanted to escape, he could only use instant transference. However, when the Shadowless Emperor channeled his essence spirit, the supreme divine power dissipated before it was formed. The Shadowless Emperor's figure swayed and his face turned pale. He had failed. The supreme divine power he released had failed. The moment instant transference was about to be released, a dark power shrouded the Shadowless Emperor's essence spirit. That power did not cause much damage to his essence spirit. However, it isolated his connection with his supreme divine power, causing instant transference to fail. What happened? What is that? The Shadowless Emperor was shocked when he checked the dark power that was attached to his essence spirit. This change had truly shocked him. Suddenly, the Shadowless Emperor felt a sharp pain in his chest. Instinctively, he looked down. The wound on his chest did not show any signs of stopping. On the contrary, the blood flowing out of his wound had already turned black. The flesh on both sides of the wound had already turned pitch black. Furthermore, the black power was still spreading through his entire body through the wound. It's that sword. The Shadowless Emperor's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of an answer. You want to escape after being injured by the Sword of Misfortune? Right then, the old man from the God race had already arrived behind the Shadowless Emperor and sliced the latter into 2. Blood and organs splattered all over the ground. The Shadowless Emperor's essence spirit was entangled by the power of misfortune and could not escape from his consciousness. It was killed by a single sword strike. The top emperor of the Rakshasa race was killed by 2 sword strikes from the old man of the God race. In reality, if the Shadowless Emperor was in his peak condition, he might not have died in the battle against the old man of the God race. However, his combat strength was less than half of his peak after the battle with Su Zimo. Furthermore, he had not expected the God race to attack him. Coupled with the fact that he underestimated the power of the Sword of Misfortune, that was the reason for his death. All the living beings of the 10,000 races were stunned when they saw that. The expressions of the storyteller, Long Ran, and the others turned extremely terrible. Although they did not fight the old man from the God race, they could tell that his combat strength was definitely not weaker than the Hell Witch Emperor and the others. Furthermore, the fact that the God race killed the Shadowless Emperor without hesitation was a clear indication of their stance. The God race might start a massacre in Tianhuang mainland. It was useless even if they submitted. Alright, good kill. The many God race beings of Tianhuang mainland were naturally invigorated and excited. They had endured enough humiliation after being abandoned by the 10,000 races of Tianhuang mainland all these years. Today, it was finally their turn to feel proud. At that moment, the Hell Witch Emperor had already returned to the Witch race's ancestral ground. Looking at everything from afar, the Hell Witch Emperor sneered and murmured, "God's mainland? Fufu, when the time comes, I'll make sure all of you stay in Tianhuang mainland. From now on, Tianhuang mainland will belong to the Witch race." With that said, the Hell Witch Emperor entered a valley in the Witch race's ancestral ground in a flash. There were hundreds of thousands of witches waiting for his orders. Suddenly, cracks appeared in midair above the middle continent. We'll sweep through the 10,000 races with the God Race army and conquer Tianhuang mainland completely, the three God Race emperors shouted. The God Emperor on the divine throne remained motionless and silent. The three God Race emperors shouted for a long time but gradually calmed down when they received no response. Your Majesty, what's wrong? A God Race emperor said carefully, right now, the 10,000 races of Tianhuang mainland are fighting and countless experts of the 10,000 races have died. This is the best opportunity. That's right. Another God Race emperor added hurriedly, right now, the only threat in Tianhuang mainland is the martial emperor of the human race. As long as we kill the martial emperor, Tianhuang mainland will no longer be a threat. Martial emperor, martial emperor. The God Emperor on the throne suddenly murmured. That's right, the martial emperor. When the God Race emperor below heard the reply, he was invigorated and said hurriedly, the martial emperor's Dao title is Desolate Martial and he has two true bodies. However, the two true bodies have expended a lot of energy after this battle. The God Emperor raised his hand slowly. The God Race Emperor stopped hurriedly. For some reason, every single move of the God Emperor possessed an unstoppable might. Although he was an emperor, he did not dare to offend the God Emperor. Tie them up. The God Emperor said indifferently. Understood. The four God Race emperors beside the divine throne nodded slightly and walked towards the three God Race emperors of Tianhuang mainland. Your Majesty, what are you doing? We're trying to help you and our God Race. The three God Race emperors of Tianhuang mainland were agitated and wanted to resist. The expression of the old man from the God Race with the sword of misfortune darkened as he said coldly, how dare you go against the will of the God Emperor? Do you have a death wish? The moment he said that, the three God Race emperors of Tianhuang mainland were scared out of their wits. Cling. Clang. The storage rings on the fingers of the old man from the God Race flashed and he withdrew a gigantic chain that shone with a golden light. Both ends of the chain were sharp hook. Once it pierced flesh, it would be locked tightly. The three God Race emperors of Tianhuang mainland were scared out of their wits and shivered, but they did not dare to resist. They could only let the old man of the God Race wrap the chain around them tightly. The hooks at the end of the chain pierced their flesh and fresh blood flowed. The three emperors trembled in pain but they could only grit their teeth and remain silent. The storyteller, Long Ran and the others were puzzled, not understanding what the God Emperor was plotting. Su Zimo frowned slightly in deep thought. Some God Race patriarchs sped over from the borders of the North region. When they arrived and saw that, they were stunned on the spot with bewildered expressions. Your Majesty, what about them? The old lady from the God Race with the Staff of Dawn bowed slightly and asked softly. Tie these patriarchs up as well. The God Emperor said indifferently, all God Race beings beneath the level of patriarchs are to be locked in the God Race prison. No one shall be spared. Understood. The God Race army agreed readily. The next moment, the God Race army charged forward and the patriarchs of Tianhuang mainland were locked by chains, unable to move at all. When the God Race army arrived at the border of the North region, they did not attack any living beings of Tianhuang mainland or injure anyone by mistake. On the contrary, they captured all the God Race beings of Tianhuang mainland, regardless of their cultivation realms, and locked them in a gigantic cage. Chapter 1733 Young Master, It's Me. Chapter 1733 Young Master, It's Me. Before long, the God Race beings of Tianhuang mainland were imprisoned by God's mainland. The living beings of Tianhuang mainland were puzzled. Mystic Emperor, what's going on? Long Ran frowned and asked, are the people of God's mainland crazy? Or are they plotting something? A mist appeared in the storyteller's eyes as he extended his finger and divined rapidly. However, there was still no result after a while. The storyteller shook his head. That God Emperor is shrouded by a layer of obscure divine light that seems to originate from that crown and throne. I can't divine anything at all. Pausing for a moment, he continued, however, there doesn't seem to be much hostility from God's mainland. Su Zimo looked at the God Emperor on the throne thoughtfully. He had a guess in his heart, but it was way too bold that he could not confirm it. Before long, the God Emperor arrived not far away from Su Zimo under the protection of many God race beings. The God Emperor stood up slowly from his throne. Su Zimo's gaze shifted. The God Emperor had shoulder-length golden hair and was tall with a voluptuous figure. He wore a white robe that was divine and elegant, revealing his perfect figure. It was a woman. Unfortunately, she was not the person Su Zimo had guessed. More than 1,000 years ago, when Nian Qi found out about the truth of the primordial war in the Kunlun ruins, she felt guilty and did not know how to face Su Zimo or Night Spirit. As such, she leaped into the Rainbow Cave and headed to God's mainland. There had been no news of her all these years. When Su Zimo saw that God's mainland did not seem to have much hostility towards Tianhuang mainland, a bold thought even flashed through his mind. The God Empress of God's mainland might be Nian Qi. However, Su Zimo shook his head the moment he saw the God Empress stand up. Although her appearance could not be seen, he knew Nian Qi too well after she had followed him for so long. Nian Qi possessed the bloodline of the God race and had always looked like a young girl. Even after more than 1,000 years, she would not have changed so much. It was not only the change in her figure, even her aura was vastly different. Nian Qi was usually very obedient by Su Zimo's side. However, the God Empress before him had a powerful aura. Although she had a devilish figure, she seemed incomparably divine and could not be ignored. The God Empress stood up and looked at Su Zimo in silence. Su Zimo frowned slightly in confusion. A moment later, the God Empress left her throne and walked slowly towards Su Zimo. The 4 emperors of the God race followed closely and many God race beings opened up a path. The 2 of them were less than 10 feet apart. The God Empress raised her hand and said softly, "You guys can stay here." The 4 God race emperors exchanged glances and stopped in their tracks. Su Zimo's ears twitched. The voice was familiar but also foreign. The God Empress walked towards Su Zimo alone. Su Zimo could not sense any hostility from the God Empress. Even so, he did not dare to lower his guard. At that moment, Su Zimo was not the only one. In Tianhuang mainland, even some experts who were fighting at the intersection of the North region stopped and looked over. The living beings of the 10,000 races were filled with countless questions. Everyone was curious what would happen when the Martial Emperor and the God Empress, 2 peak experts of their respective mainlands, met for the first time. Before long, the God Empress arrived before Su Zimo. The 2 of them were less than an arm apart. For emperors, that distance was extremely close and dangerous. However, Su Zimo did not retreat and merely looked at the approaching God Empress quietly with an inquiring and confused gaze. The 2 emperors stood opposite one another. Immediately after, in front of everyone, the God Empress bowed down to the Martial Emperor. An uproar broke out all over Tianhuang mainland. The living beings of the 10,000 races widened their eyes and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. God Empress! God Empress, you can't! The 4 God race emperors of God's mainland exclaimed emotionally. Nian Qi! Su Zimo looked at the God Empress who was bowing in front of him and tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart as he asked softly, "Young master, it's me." The God Empress raised her head and her spirit consciousness moved. The power of the crown dissipated, revealing an almost perfect face that stunned the world. Su Zimo was stunned on the spot. Although her appearance was somewhat different, there were still distinct traces of Nian Qi in the past. Nian Qi had grown up. The only thing that did not change was her eyes that were as blue as the sea. Her eyes were filled with endless longing, dependence, excitement, and tenderness. A realization flashed through Su Zimo's mind. It was no wonder why he found that voice familiar and foreign. That was because after Nian Qi grew up, she underwent a voice change that caused such a change. That girl. When the storyteller saw Nian Qi, he was slightly lost but reacted quickly. In a daze, he fell into a distant memory and lamented. A long time ago, when he first met Su Zimo in the capital of Great Ju in the North region, there was a girl as such following him. At that time, he could tell that there was some bloodline of the God race in this girl's body. However, It was extremely obscure. He did not think too much about it. She was merely a remnant of the god race. All these years, Nyan Chi had been by Su Zimo's side. Although her cultivation had not fallen behind, she had not revealed any sharpness either. However, who would have thought that the girl from back then would have already become the god empress of God's mainland? Nyan Chi, it's really you. Su Zimo smiled happily. In his excitement, he hurried forward and held Nyan Chi's shoulders, helping her up. How dare you? The old man from the god race wielding the sword of misfortune widened his eyes and took a step forward. Blowing his beard, he glared at Su Zimo and shouted with a furious expression, "The body of the god empress is divine and flawless. How can you touch it casually? Back down. Don't be rude." Nyan Chi glanced sideways and frowned slightly, hollering softly. The old man from the god race was a little indignant, but he did not dare to resist and could only retreat angrily. Nyan Chi, how did you? Su Zimo had countless questions in his mind as well. It's a long story. Nyan Chi smiled with an imperceptible hint of bitterness in her eyes. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt a sense of pity and heartache. He did not continue asking. However, he could imagine that Nyan Chi had definitely experienced countless grievances, difficulties, and dangers alone in God's mainland. As a remnant of the god race with an impure bloodline, Nyan Chi managed to ascend to the position of the god empress step by step. What sort of suffering did she have to endure in between? Up till this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo still had the gifts left behind by Dai Yu as well as Ethereal Peak, Patriarch Yuan Bei, the red-headed ghost, Extreme Fire, Lin Xuanji, and other sect mates by his side. In God's mainland, Nyan Chi was alone and had no one to rely on. Chapter 1734 Redemption. Chapter 1734 Redemption. Su Zimo had never believed in any innate bloodline. Although the primordial 9 races were born with powerful bloodlines, their future accomplishments might not be above the human race. He, Su Zimo, was the most ordinary mortal and did not even have a spirit root. Right now, he had reached the peak of Tianhuang mainland and was conferred the title of the Martial Emperor, respected by all races. 40,000 years ago, Dao Lord Bloodfiend and Monk Daming were only abandoned descendants of the primordial races. Their final achievements were even stronger than the primordial races with pure bloodlines. It was the same for Nyan Chi. Su Zimo believed that Nyan Chi must have experienced countless things in God's mainland in the past 1,000 years. In fact, it might even be more exciting than when he was in Tianhuang mainland. Those experiences were the reason why she was the current God Empress. Nyan Chi, why are you here at this time? Su Zimo asked again. Nyan Chi smiled gently. In the civilization of God's mainland, there's a divination technique similar to some divination techniques of Enigma Palace that can predict things. In my divination, there's a huge change in Tianhuang mainland. I'm guessing that there's a high chance that a huge battle broke out between the primordial races and the human race. That's why I brought my clansmen here to help you suppress the primordial races. With that said, Nyan Chi suddenly declared, all god race beings, listen up. Join forces with the human cultivators of Tianhuang mainland to suppress the witch, bloodvine, heavenly eye, Rakshasa, and golden crow races. Understood. Many god race riders agreed in unison. The god race army was activated and their iron hooves rumbled as they charged towards the battlefield at the intersection of the North region. The only ones left standing behind Nyan Chi were the 4 god race emperors with the divine judgment weapons. The 4 god race emperors looked at Su Zimo with wary and hostile gazes. They had no feelings for Su Zimo. All they knew was that it was truly inappropriate for Nyan Chi to bow to the martial emperor despite being the god empress of God's mainland. No matter what, the status of the God Empress should be equivalent to the martial emperor at the very least. However, at that moment, when Nyan Chi returned to Su Zimo's side, the aura of the God Empress had long vanished, as though she had returned to the past. From her tone, brows, and every single move she made, it was clear how much Nyan Chi relied on Su Zimo. The 4 emperors of the God race frowned. Su Zimo turned around as well and looked at the North region battlefield. His voice was cold as he said slowly, the Golden Crow Fire Emperor, Shadowless Emperor, Thousand Eye Emperor and Blood Emperor have been executed. Living beings of the 5 primordial races and 8 demon regions, listen up. We won't kill anyone who surrenders. If you insist on resisting, we'll kill you without mercy. Suzimo had no intention of killing them all. On the one hand, both parties suffered immense losses in this battle. If they continued fighting, it would be a disaster for the 10,000 races of Tianhuang mainland. On the other hand, he was worried about another huge latent danger. In the North region battlefield, the primordial 5 races showed signs of defeat after the emperors of the primordial 5 races died one after another. Right now, the God Race army had joined the battlefield. When Suzimo said that, the allied army of the primordial 5 races collapsed instantly. The living beings of the 8 demon regions lowered their heads. The experts of the primordial races had already given up on resisting and either submitted or fled for their lives. The emperors of the human race finally heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that. After this battle, the primordial 5 races would be completely silent and it would be difficult for them to do anything throughout history. In midair, Nian Qi lowered her head slightly and said softly, "Young master, I'm sorry." "Why?" Suzimo was puzzled and asked instinctively. Nian Qi pointed to the many God Race beings imprisoned behind her. "They're from the God Race after all. As the God Empress, it's not easy for me to kill them all just like that." "That's nothing." Suzimo shook his head. Even if the human race won this battle, he had no intention of killing them all. By suppressing 3 God Race emperors of Tianhuang mainland without hesitation earlier on, Nian Qi had already been accountable to the living beings of the 10,000 races who died in this battle. "Young master, there's somewhere else I want to go." After a moment of silence, Nian Qi suddenly said, "Let's go. I'll accompany you." Although Nian Qi did not say it explicitly, Suzimo had already guessed it. The two of them sped towards the west with the 4 emperors of the God Race following closely behind. Before long, the 6 of them arrived above the Kunlun ruins. The 4 God Race emperors summoned their divine judgment weapons and circulated their blood qi, channeling the power of their weapons to carve out a spacious passage in the Kunlun ruins. A divine power storm would not be formed in this passage. The 6 of them advanced and arrived at the God-slaying valley before long. On both sides of the God-slaying valley stood 2 tall, ferocious corpses with torrential auras. Even after dying for countless years, the 2 corpses still emitted a shuddering aura and rumbling might. The 2 divine Hus of the primordial era. Arriving at the God-slaying valley, Nian Qi knelt down before the 2 divine Hus. "God Empress, why are you?" When the old man from the God Race saw that, he hurried forward, wanting to help Nian Qi up. However, Nian Qi glared at him. Those blue eyes were filled with tenderness when they looked at Suzimo earlier on. However, at that moment, Nian Qi's eyes were filled with killing intent and authority. The old man's heart skipped a beat and he shuddered, remaining silent. Nian Qi said softly, "Seniors, the God Race committed a huge mistake back then and caused you 2 to die here, suffering eternal grievances. Today, the descendants of the God Race have arrived. Please forgive us, seniors." With that said, Nian Qi knelt and kowtowed to the 2 divine Hus. Again and again. Each time she kowtowed, Nian Qi's eyes were filled with endless guilt. "Nian Qi, get up." Suzimo could not bear it and said softly, "This is a crime committed by the ancestors of the God Race in the past. It has nothing to do with you. You shouldn't have to endure this." Nian Qi did not reply and continued kowtowing. Unknowingly, Night Spirit had arrived beside Suzimo. Back then, after knowing the truth of the primordial war, although Night Spirit had never said it, there was indeed an unresolvable knot in his heart towards Nian Qi. Nian Qi could sense it. That was the reason why she left Tianhuang mainland and Suzimo without hesitation to head to God's mainland alone. Apart from wanting to help Suzimo, another important reason for Nian Qi's return was to atone for the God Race's sins. Before long, Nian Qi's forehead bled. A long time later, she raised her head and looked at the corpses of the 2 divine Hus, saying in a deep voice, "I swear in the name of the God Empress that as long as I'm alive, none of our clansmen on God's mainland shall ever invade Tianhuang mainland." If this vow is broken, I shall be smitten by the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The moment she said that, the corpses of the divine who's on both sides of the god-slaying valley shattered and began to collapse, turning into countless spots of light that scattered in midair. The spots of light gradually formed two taboo divine whos. The two divine whos looked at Night Spirit deeply and growled at Nyan Chi before turning to leave with one another, disappearing before everyone. Night Spirit knelt down silently with tears in his eyes. Su Zimo sighed with a sorrowful expression. The two divine whos of the primordial era were concerned about Tianhuang mainland. Even though they died, they carried endless obsessions, and that was the reason why their corpses were standing here with their backs facing Tianhuang mainland. Nyan Chi's vow made the two divine whos finally let go of their obsession and leave this world completely. Nyan Chi received forgiveness. The god race received redemption. The divine whos received liberation. At that moment, the feud of the primordial era finally became the past and was fully resolved. Chapter 1735 Arrival of the Black Witch. Chapter 1735 Arrival of the Black Witch. The battle triggered by the primordial 5 races was almost over. The living beings of the 8 demon regions lowered their heads. Countless experts of the primordial 5 races were injured or dead as well and were completely defeated. Of the 5 top emperors of the primordial races, the Hell Witch Emperor was the only one who escaped back to the witch race's ancestral ground. The Dragon Phoenix true body chased all the way, prepared to kill this latent danger completely. The witch race's ancestral ground was sinister everywhere and many of the buildings were made of white bones and corpses. It was extremely terrifying. Around the witch race's ancestral ground was a dark green river that was extremely sticky and bubbled. From time to time, a skull would float up from the green river and stare at the Dragon Phoenix true body in midair with its pitch-black eyes, as though it was sentient. After the Dragon Phoenix true body descended, he had already sensed that there was some sort of curse power in the witch race's ancestral ground that restricted the essence spirit immensely. Even his spirit consciousness could not envelop the entire witch race's ancestral ground and could not scan the territory in full. The Dragon Phoenix true body sensed and murmured, "There's actually an array formation here. To think that there would be experts in the witch race who are proficient in array formations." He pondered for a moment and sensed the flaw of the formation. Refine. The Dragon Phoenix true body's gaze intensified and he suddenly opened his mouth, spewing out a stream of scarlet lava that poured towards the dark green river around the ancestral ground. Splash! Splash! The scorching lava fused with the sticky green river and let out a series of strange sounds as green smoke billowed. Although the Dragon Phoenix flame had not reached the realm of a supreme divine power, as the innate flame of a taboo, its power was unusually terrifying. A series of tragic cries even sounded from the green river. The next moment, ghastly figures appeared one after another above the green river. They floated and were dense, countless. The river had devoured the souls of countless living beings. The source of power for the formation of the witch race was this green river. After the witch race killed the living beings of the 10,000 races, they would use a secret skill to capture their souls and throw them into the river. They would fall into eternal damnation, never to be reincarnated. The flames of the Dragon Phoenix true body finally freed the souls. The Dragon Phoenix true body had a cold expression and the flames he spat out intensified, enveloping the entire green river before long. Raging flames burned on the river. Before long, the power of the curse in the green river was burned to ashes by the Dragon Phoenix true body. The formation of the witch race's ancestral ground was dispelled as well. Without any restrictions, the spirit consciousness of the Dragon Phoenix true body was released and enveloped the entire ancestral ground of the witch race instantly. The Dragon Phoenix true body frowned slightly. The massive ancestral ground of the witch race was extremely empty. Even under the envelopment of his spirit consciousness, he could not see anyone from the witch race. However, in the depths of the witch race's ancestral ground, there was a valley that even the spirit consciousness of the Dragon Phoenix true body could not probe. Without hesitation, the Dragon Phoenix true body flapped his wings and sped towards the valley. Before long, the dragon phoenix true body descended in the valley. True enough. All the witches were gathered in the valley and there were at least 100,000 of them. Of course, those witches had different cultivation realms as well. Looking down from midair, one could clearly see that the ground of the valley was filled with gigantic ravines. The ravines were formed from white bones and formed rings. Hundreds of thousands of witches stood on the ravine rings. Within the rings, there were an additional 8 ravines that bypassed them, cutting through to the center of the valley. It was a sacrificial platform of white bones. A person stood on the sacrificial platform. It was the Hell Witch Emperor who had escaped from the Dragon Bone Valley. Apart from the Hell Witch Emperor, there were 4 emperors of the witch race standing around the White Bones sacrificial platform. However, the 4 emperors of the witch race were old. The Hell Witch Emperor stood in the middle of the White Bones sacrificial platform and waved his bone staff. With the 4 emperors of the witch race assisting him, he was executing some secret skill of the witch race. The dragon phoenix true body's gaze froze and his heart skipped a beat. Hundreds of thousands of witches had already cut their wrists with the bloodline of the witch race flowing through them. The bloodline of the witch race flowed slowly along the 8 ravines to the White Bones sacrificial platform. The Hell Witch Emperor chanted an obscure incantation. Under the guidance of his bone staff, the bloodlines of the witch race formed a dark green blood ball above the valley. The dark green blood ball surged continuously and sinister runes were formed on its surface, emitting an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. The dragon phoenix true body had never seen such methods before. However, he realized that he could not let the Hell Witch Emperor release that secret skill. Swoosh! The dragon phoenix true body flashed and charged towards the Hell Witch Emperor in the middle of the White Bones sacrificial platform at a shocking speed. Rise! It was clear that the Hell Witch Emperor had seen the dragon phoenix true body as well. However, he did not panic at all. Instead, a mocking look flashed through his eyes as he hollered softly. Buzz! The circles of white bones around the White Bones sacrificial platform suddenly burst forth with dark green light that landed on the dragon phoenix true body. Boom! There was a loud bang. The dragon phoenix true body was sent flying by the beams of light and his scales rotted and fell off. The power released by the sacrificial platform was extremely strong and the dragon phoenix true body's organs were shaken violently from the collision. Here! The Hell Witch Emperor laughed with a deranged expression. Desolate Marshal, that doesn't feel good, right? The worst is yet to come. It's too late for you to stop me. You and every single living being of Tianhuang mainland, prepare to be enslaved by the witch race. The Hell Witch Emperor had a menacing expression and laughed wildly. In the end, he was already hysterical. As the Hell Witch Emperor spoke, the dark green ball of light in midair intensified and the runes on it shone brighter. Black Witch, please descend upon Tianhuang mainland and subdue the 10,000 races. The Hell Witch Emperor raised his head and glared at the dark green ball of light in midair, roaring. Black Witch, please descend and subdue the 10,000 races. More than 10 witches shouted at the same time. Sacrifice! The Hell Witch Emperor hollered. Immediately after, his body exploded into a blood mist that was devoured by the dark green ball of light in midair. The dragon phoenix true body had a grim expression. The Hell Witch Emperor was dead. In order to release the secret skill of the witch race, the Hell Witch Emperor even sacrificed his life. Who was the Black Witch that the Hell Witch Emperor was referring to? Could it be? The dragon phoenix true body suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility and looked up instinctively. Boom! In midair, the dark green ball of light suddenly exploded and a terrifying power swept through the entire firmaments. Even the clouds were dyed dark green. The power smashed towards a crack in the firmaments that shone with a blinding light. That was the crack left behind by the human emperor's descent 1,000 years ago. Chapter 1736 Annihilation. Chapter 1736 Annihilation. 1,000 years ago, the storyteller used a secret skill to bring the eternal human emperor down and nearly exhausted his lifespan. Right now, this secret skill was clearly similar to the storyteller's secret skill. Furthermore, the secret skill of the witch race was even more intense. Not only was the life of a top emperor like the hell witch emperor sacrificed, it was activated with the bloodlines of 4 witch race emperors and hundreds of thousands of witches. An expert of the witch race from the upper world was about to descend upon Tianhuang mainland. However, Su Zimo had no way of stopping everything. This is bad. When the storyteller saw that, his heart skipped a beat. Long Ran had a grim expression as well. I wonder how strong will the expert of the upper world summoned by the witch race be? However, no matter what, any expert that descends from the upper world will have to pay a heavy price. Not necessarily. The storyteller sighed with a worried expression. As the palace guardian of the human emperor's palace, he naturally knew that the current Tianhuang mainland had imperfections in heaven and earth with chaotic laws. After 1,000 years, the laws of this world might not even affect the experts of the upper world. If that was the case, the consequences would be unimaginable. The living beings of the 10,000 races of Tianhuang mainland were probably doomed. Back then, the eternal human emperor's cultivation realm fell continuously and he was severely injured, leaving only his essence spirit. With the help of Su Zimo's green lotus true body, he could even kill top emperors such as the heavenly god emperor. If an expert of the witch race could descend from the upper world without any changes to his cultivation realm, nobody would be able to defend against his attack. Boom! Boom! A loud bang sounded from the skies. Suddenly, a dark green beam of light descended from the crack in the firmaments and smashed heavily onto the ground of the middle continent. The ground shook and the mountains trembled. Countless living beings turned into ashes on the spot against the dark green beam of light. Immediately after, right in front of the living beings of the 10,000 races, 7 figures descended slowly. The 7 figures wore strange clothes. Unlike the witches of Tianhuang mainland, they looked even older. However, the 7 figures also had a pair of dark green eyes that looked extremely strange, like the eyes of a fiend. What was even more terrifying was that when the 7 figures descended with a tremendous might, the living beings of the 10,000 races felt a sense of danger. Even the emperors of Tianhuang mainland could not muster any resistance against that might, let alone ordinary cultivators. The dragon phoenix true body had a grim expression as he looked at the 7 figures. Are they the experts of the upper world? Which one is the Black Witch? Or, is the Black Witch not referring to a single person, but something else? The 7 experts of the witch race of the upper world descended slowly and the void around each of them collapsed continuously. This world could not withstand the power of the 7 witch race expert. What was even more terrifying was that the 7 witches from the upper world were not affected or impacted by any laws after arriving in Tianhuang mainland. What the eternal human emperor was worried about back then had finally happened. Heaven and earth had imperfections and the laws were incomplete. The Hell Witch Emperor summoned his secret skill and summoned experts of the witch race of the upper world who could descend without any drop in their cultivation realms. Among the 7 experts of the witch race of the upper world, an old man from the witch race murmured slowly, "We're here. This mainland is a minor chiliocosm." Haha, the living beings in this minor chiliocosm are so weak. Another slightly younger witch grinned excitedly and released his spirit consciousness to patrol Tianhuang mainland brazenly. "Elder Feng, is what you said true?" Another witch woman asked, "Are there truly rare treasures in this minor chiliocosm?" "That's for sure." The old man from the witch race of the upper world nodded. Although this minor chiliocosm is weak, it's still a world of its own. It's not impossible for treasures to exist here. The few witches from the upper world spoke casually without concealing their voices and intentions. They did not take the 10,000 races of Tianhuang mainland seriously at all. Or rather, in the eyes of the 7 witches of the upper world, all the living beings of Tianhuang mainland were ants. Even emperors were merely slightly stronger ants. Su Zimo was secretly alarmed. Elder Feng was not wrong. At the very least, the creation green lotus was a treasure from the upper world. The heaven-slaying sword art and earth-slaying sword art seemed to be from the upper world as well. That was only what Su Zimo knew. There might be more that he did not know. Elder Feng continued, "If any treasures appear in the upper world, countless experts will definitely fight for them and cause a bloodbath. However, As long as we can descend in this lower world, we can take away all the treasures. There's no power in the lower world that can threaten us. But what treasures can there be in this lower world? Another young witch asked. The spirit chi in this minor kiliakasm is thin and is way too different from the heaven and earth essence chi in the upper world. Hee. Elder Feng laughed. Of course, there's no way a true treasure can be born in this lower world. However, there's a high chance for treasures of the upper world to fall into a lower world. Legend has it that the only creation green lotus in the world was lost in a lower world. Whoever obtains that creation green lotus and nurtures it to grade 12 will definitely soar. Even a lotus seed of the creation green lotus can increase one's lifespan countless times after being refined into a medicine. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. There's no hurry. The heaven and earth laws here are incomplete. We can still stay for a few more days. Elder Feng added. 1,000 years ago, the eternal human emperor descended and returned to the upper world not long after due to the restrictions of the laws. But now that the 7 witches had arrived in Tianhuang mainland, not only did their cultivation realms not decrease, they could even stay for a few days. Did something happen to the witch race such that they had to alarm us? Elder Feng's gaze shifted to the ancestral ground of the witch race as he said slowly. Although his voice was neither loud nor soft, it was filled with authority and spread to every corner of Tianhuang mainland. The 4 emperors of the witch race rushed over hurriedly and knelt down. With respectful expressions, they said in a deep voice, the witch race is in danger of being annihilated. Black witches, please kill our great enemy. Oh! Elder Feng raised his brow slightly. Even in the upper world, our witch race is considered as a powerful race. To think that we would be at risk of being annihilated in this minor kiliakasm? What sort of a great enemy would dare to try and annihilate the witch race? Suddenly, Elder Feng's voice turned deep and cold with a chilling intent. It's a taboo dragon phoenix. An emperor of the witch race turned around hurriedly and pointed at the dragon phoenix true body above the witch race's ancestral ground, shouting, that's him. Oh! A dark glint flashed through Elder Feng's eyes as he said in surprise, to think that such a demon beast would be born in this minor kiliakasm. How rare. Apart from the dragon phoenix, there's also a taboo divine who. Another Hell Witch Emperor continued, by the way, the creation green lotus you mentioned earlier on is one of the dragon phoenix's true bodies. At the mention of the creation green lotus, the eyes of Elder Feng and the other 3 witches shone brightly. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.